Right, there we go. Now, we have a few things to do. I did a couple of bits and pieces these past few days. There was a massive bug. I eventually managed to figure out there was no power getting to the plants that wouldn't grow upstairs, but I figured it out. Eventually. It took me a few hours, but I did. Did a bit of grinding, took out about at least a dozen planets with sentinels. Horrible designs. I took out a dozen in a row, pirate systems, and for some reason each ship was a C. To be honest, I think it doesn't have a 5% drop on that one. I know on the 3-star systems, I suppose every 1 in 3 would be about an A, but 12 C's in a row, I thought was a bit much. But we'll see. So we've a good bit to do. We'll mess about with the pirates. Our top priority is to, I think I found a way around that bug with the picking up those modules, actually, for the freighter. You remember that wasn't working. We'd shoot them down and we wouldn't get any of these here. But if I take out the engines and then I wait taking out the shields until they kill, take out the freighter they're attacking, it seems to almost nearly always work. I think the bug might be you'll only get 1 reward or something. I don't know. But it seems I'm 3 times more likely to get an upgrade doing it that way. We'll see anyway. I'm due another one shortly. So, right. Just a couple of things we gotta do. We'll call in our freighters. I've really ignored this a bit. I'm gonna eventually have to, sort out a really decent fleet. We'll send them out again. We'll finish with the settlement. I still have a good bit of decorating to do on this, but yeah, this was the problem here. These were not growing, right? Now, I realized eventually when, obviously I didn't see them grow, but when I did this, here now you get, where was it there? I was told flora. Well, they're growing, but when they're not fully grown, it gives a time estimation of when they're growing, like 2 hours, 3 hours. Well, on them, there was only that kind of, on the side 8, that infinity symbol. And the whole section said abandoned building. So I realized that it wasn't powered up, so obviously the stairs wasn't enough. So I brought some of the rooms beneath. So that didn't work either. But then I tried putting the walkways along here, and the second I hit this, it powered up. The problem is the walkways are pretty buggy. Those glass walkways when it forms a pillar, plus it looked really ugly. So eventually, it took me ages to figure it out. And I wanted this anyway. I did something like this, as long as it's, over this for some reason. So this powered the whole thing up. It was something I wanted to put in anyway. I'll get out here and put some lights on it later. So, bug solved, or problem solved. Whatever it is with these, the rooms won't carry it through. Yeah, I even tried them downstairs. Yeah, one room to another doesn't work on these. The only thing that will bring the power through is either the walkway or the corridors. And as I said, once the corridors forms a pillar, the second you warp a few times, I found anyway in my game, the pillars here, well, I haven't got any now, but it's like a pillar forms. After a while, the center disappears, and this thing just keeps sticking out like it's not joined properly. It looks horrible. Yeah, once you take a corner, it will be okay to do in a straight line, but out from that, you know, if you got to take a corner and form that pillar, it's not really going to work. So you wouldn't believe it was hours. I even tore this place apart and restarted to see, you know, what the problem was. And started it down here, but still to no avail. But got it fixed now anyway, so we got that sorted out. Now let's send out this fleet. Yeah, I only have 5 freighters. I keep sending them all on one mission because I really don't have time to look for some decent ones. Why is that so long? Yeah, I want them out of my hair anyway. We'll send them on that. And then we don't have to deal with them again till tomorrow. Oh, nice, he made it to an S. Yeah, I'm right. It only goes up 1 each time. So if you get a C ship, let me see, C, B, A, S. Say if you get a C ship raider would, well, you're going to want them for firepower. So if it's a 20, you'll get them up to 23. Yeah. I see, that's not a great one then, is it? So 26 seems to be the best firepower, so that means you want to be bringing them in at about 23. I haven't seen many of those. So the same would go for trade, wouldn't it, and the rest of them. So it goes up 1 point. Interesting. Okay. Those last 3 were all C's when I got them, which is kind of handy. There. Now that's at 13 hours something. I got some upgrades that said it lessened the time, but I wonder if it's showing from here or inside. Let me just see. This is one thing I didn't really check. I'll do an experiment with them later. I'll take them off, but let me see. Let's see. Yeah, you see what I mean? This guy said 11 hours, 6 minutes. Inside it was well over 13 hours. So yeah, the upgrades do actually work. You won't see them there, but you'll see them on this. So, we'll hit back to the settlement. We'll sort that. And what we'll do is we'll go around from station to station for a little bit till we get bored. You know, one of my top priorities is filling the storage compartments on the freighter, especially in the tech section. There's never enough room to hold stuff. Now, here. I'm looking for the split wing, what are they called, those exotic ships. I let 2 go because I didn't need them. I'm looking for I've seen them in flight. They look okay for a fighter squadron. The rest look really horrible. So if I get some of those, I can, you know, swap ships with some guy and then hire him into the squadron. They look a little bit like a glider when they're in flight. But by far the best ship I've seen. Oh, I'm 200 Quicksilver away from buying that egg for the living ship. So it'll probably be tomorrow we can start on that one. Right. happiness, probably, is it? Yeah, the usual. So we're finished with that for a while, about an hour, I'd say. Yeah, I got it up to 74 settlers eventually. I think the problem with this is once you max out at 1,000,000, you get no opportunities to get settlers in. Now, okay. We sorted that out, so this is the last one we left off from. We'll be looking out for pirate systems with what's it called? Dissonant planets. But to be honest, all I've been picking up, is literally C's. So even if I find what I want there, it's going to be, I would reckon, impossible to get an S. You would think out of maybe a dozen times at least one of them would be a B. So I'm beginning to doubt that 5%, but maybe it is. Maybe I'm just really unlucky. Right. Let's all run around to a few stations. We do that for a little bit. What I'm looking for is the storage modules for the freighter. But I'm expecting to run into a pirate battle shortly. And of course I'm looking out for some pilots. Excuse me. Yeah, I think that's it here. And I'm almost certain I seen a traveller pilot, but I think I've seen him on a freighter. I don't know, I might have seen one in the station as well, I'm not sure. Wow, that's a strange colour. Or is it just, I think it's white. Yeah, and the lighting in here makes it look kind of light purple. Lilac. Okay, let's go. Now, we'll grind out a few of these. But it's getting harder and harder to find these pirate spots. I think it took me like 15 minutes of searching last time, so we won't get hung up on that too much, but you know, if it is 5%, I can't ignore the difference of 2% in the 3-star. It could save me a lot of time. There's one there, but it's not pirate. It's not even a 3-star. Either way, anyway, we'll just hit all the pirate systems. I want to max out all of the... Oh, yeah, we have to do some jobs as well for the other two factions. I want to max out that as well. You know, where you get the highest medal achieved. What's that one there? Yeah, it's a pirate system, but not the one we want. I'll tell you, let's check it regardless. Let's see if there's any missions there. So we'll do a mix of this. I'll see if I can find some... Well, we take out a few more ships looking for that S-class Sentinel. Ah, there it is. I knew this was coming up alright. Now, I find... this other system. Taking out the engines, leaving the attacked freighter, let them win that battle, then taking out the force field generator. Seems to be a better chance of getting an upgrade module that way. I was expecting this. I used to, well, at the beginning and on the the first 3 or 4, I could just do this, take out the guns, save the freighter, and I would get the module, but that stopped pretty quickly. So I think it's kind of bugged where you know, once you get a reward from the freighter, you're getting no upgrade module. Now we'll clear one side, and then we wait at the other side until the other guy is destroyed, and we see if it works. I don't need the money anyway. I'll eventually max out the money on this, you know, especially since I'm looking for that Sentinel ship, so I'm scrapping a lot of junk. I am quick enough to even save them this way, but chances are I'll get no upgrade module. You will get duplicates as well, so that happens. Yeah, this is what I hate about this. You know what I mean? There we go. We need another guy to die anyway, so we'll just wait here for a bit. We'll make sure they win the battle. We're almost guaranteed to get no module if we save them. It's gotta be a bug. There it is. It's destroyed. Now we should be able to do this. Let's see if we get this module. Oh, doing it the other way for some reason. I did 8 in a row without a reward. Well, we get the cash from them inside anyway. That's a given. Should be it. Yeah, that's it. Ah, let's see. Chances are I'll still get no chances are I'll still get no module, but there it is. Got it. And it's nice. It's a fuel module. That seems to be a way around that bug. Okay, let's see what they wanted. They're usually rubbish. Let me see. Nah, that's brutal. That's a 16. You know, you're talking. Oh, the fuelage is not that bad, but I've seen them 21. You know, so combat 16 is not good enough. Absolutely. 0. Rubbish. Okay. Let's get in and get our cash. I want to have a look around to see is there anyone to hire anyway. That seems to be that little bug sorted anyway. Just gotta let the fleet get shot up, really. Okay, where is that, there it is. Yeah, I should have had 8 more modules by now. But there you go. No. Okay. I think it's something like 6.7 million or something. I've got like $1.5 billion. It's a ridiculous amount of money. Apparently it caps out at 4.5 billion, so what's the point? Oh, hang on, I didn't actually look at... they've all been C's, yeah. That's another thing that's strange. Maybe it's because I've already got an S-Class. Yes, look, I did pick up one. The very first one I seized was an S-Class, I couldn't believe it. Then I thought that might be common until I've seen this. So that's like 20-ish now in their OCs. Right, we're done here. Get back to the ship we're trying to station. Now, another thing I found about pirate stations, you can buy ships from the guys, and you will. I've seen an exotic on one, but they will not become part of your squadron. That option is not there. So you can hire them for your squadron. That wasn't too bad. No. But I really need to knuckle down and get some more storage slots for that freighter, especially for tech. Well, I'm really wasting my time on the guns here, to be honest. I got a ton in the storage, unless I get some kind of alien gun, but the rest are... well, they're all pretty much rubbish. Was that an S? Was it a C? A C. Okay, is there anything here? Well, obviously if I get... sometimes you get storage module ones here on this. But not on this one. Who wants more of that? SOS, what's that? Nah, that's gonna take up too much of our time. We can always come back and do these later anyway. It's not a thing. Yeah, for some reason, it's almost always a solar on the pirate stations. Now, let's see. Ah, that's a problem. 20% efficiency. So, what's that? Yeah, okay, how do I'll have to get rid of all of these. That's trade. Let me see if we take this one out. Would it make a difference? No. Okay, so what's doing this? And this one is defenses. Efficiency. Ah, I see. We can't have two the same. That's a problem. Here, there's one that's 16% efficiency. And then we'll put that one in. What's that? 16. And that's what? Trade. Let's trade. So what's that efficiency? Looks like we're losing one of these. Scientific abilities. Expedition speed. Expedition trade. Expedition trade. Okay, so this is 16. Yeah, okay. Well, this is 20. The other one was 16, so it is slightly better. That's a pity. Okay, so that's for sale. We'll sell that. Oh, hi, Wolf. And how have you been? What have you been up to? Yeah, not too bad. It's a tiny bit colder than usual here, but not too bad. Now, let me get something to drink. Yeah, just relaxing. Oh, that's good, pretty well. Yeah, yesterday I noticed a really bad bug in this about powering up the, the flower beds and stuff I had in. But I eventually figured it out. Weird bug. So on this one, well, we're going to try and do some upgrades on this, especially the storage here on this frigate. Oh, frigate, I keep calling it a frigate, a freighter. We'll do a little bit of decorating as well. And I will continue my search for that Sentinel ship. But if push comes to shove, I've got an A-class that I can upgrade, I suppose, but it's not the same. But the more I check those pirate planets, the more I think I'll never find an S-class there. I did 12 since I was off. I got 12 ships and scrapped them. Every single one was a C. So you'd imagine at least maybe one of them would have been a B or something. So there's something not quite right on that. There, okay. Yeah, definitely need that junk. Right, let's go. So, we'll randomly hit the stations now. We'll keep a lookout for some more pilots. Well, there's one guy in particular. Well, one type of plane I need in particular. That's what we're looking for. Now, let's have a look. Oh, we need a dissident pirate planet. They're like hen's teeth. Pirate system. Yeah, there's one there, but it's not got the system. And we're wasting our time going there. It's the stations we need if we want to get the upgrades. Now, I suppose we could check. Yeah, we could check. Sometimes you get them in quests and I need to do them anyway. We'll have to start knuckling down and doing those quests. But let's see for a moment. And of course any Atlas stations. But we'll give this a tiny moment. What was that? Ah, it's a pirate system, alright, but... Yeah, let's really go out here a bit and see if we can make it in our drive. Check a new area. Spread our wings a little. Ah. These bigger planets are a target, aren't they? Yeah, I've got a massive warp drive on this. Okay, we'll go here for the fun of it. And what we'll do is when we stop off at these, we'll see if we can pick up some of the more worthwhile quests. I'm going to eventually have to get them done, but if I could get the rewards I wanted as well, you know, the frigate upgrades, that would be cool. And you know what happened as well? A good while back, a few days ago, when I was grinding this, I seen another Paradise Planet. It was right behind the station, and I didn't bother putting a marker on it. I thought they were common enough. But that's the only one I've found. That one, and where they sent me to starting off, that was a miracle they sent me there. And I've probably been to maybe 300 systems. So they are very rare. Kinda sorry now I didn't mark it really. I didn't know how rare they were. It was right behind the station. So how's your day been, Wolf? Anything interesting? Oh, earlier today I just went on a store run. Oh, I did post a picture of that that stuff that I bought that was gone off. For the life of me, I can't understand why. Now, obviously, I had a decent look at it when I was buying it, so I bought it. I immediately put it into the deep freeze. It was there for about 3 weeks, and when I thawed it out, it was putrid. So how would that happen? The only... I still can't make it out, to be honest. It defies logic. There's no way that would have happening when it was in the deep freeze. Oh, nice. Nice. I used to have a massive collection. Yeah. Massive. But I posted, it's disgusting, I posted it on Discord. Nice. I used to have a pretty large one. And then as I started working and started, you know, traveling overseas and stuff, you know what it's like. I didn't have the time and, you know, I think I gave it to a friend or something. Yeah, oh yeah, it absolutely will. So tell me, what kind of comics were you collecting? Was it DC and Marvel or other stuff? Some of them are actually, you know, worth a lot of money. Ah, I see. I remember one in particular I used to collect, but it was a British comic. It used to come out weekly. It was called, I don't know if you heard of it, it was called, I think it was called Warlord. Usually about World War II and that. As I said, as a kid I had a massive interest in history. Oh, I'd imagine so, yeah. I'd imagine so. I'd say if I had my stuff back today, you know, they would have been worth something. Now, let's get something to drink. And then we'll move on. Now, I was big into coins as well. Well, these are okay, but not exactly what I'm looking for. We'll take those, they might come in handy, why not? Oh, that's free. We can sell that. Well, if it's free, take it. But these I would need over 153 light years before it would really make a difference. Which I don't think I'll be getting from that. Be more like, or sorry, 253. Be more like 210 on those ones. And they're a waste of time. Okay, let's check the... see, this is what I want to max out as well. I've been kind of working on it here. Where is it? Now, these are the guilds here. So you've got the Merchants Guild. So that's maxed. That's maxed. That's maxed and that. So this mission's completed. So that's one on that. Now you got the Mercenaries. Well, that's maxed. Well, they all kind of come naturally. All of these are maxed. With missions again. Then there's the Explorers. Maxed. 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 And then I've got this guy here. And the Outlaws I didn't touch much. Here. So that will kind of work with the missions as well. But it does do a big hit to reputation and standing with the factions, but I've got a ton of junk I can give them, I suppose, to make up for it. As long as it doesn't go under 100. You know, we should be good and we won't be getting that free stuff. Yeah. That one there, that's the one that's going to really hurt my reputation here. But once I max that out, we'll be okay. So working on that, we'll do a little bit of decorating. My biggest priority actually is expanding storage on that freighter. I can see it become a problem shortly. Now that I've found the way around that bug, you know, when they weren't giving me the upgrades. So it seems to be working now, as long as I, you know, take it down. No, that's a Savage. See, none of these are any good. A-class reactor, C-class reactor. Ah, it's mercenary standing. All of this is no good unless it's going to give me something decent. Well, this is still stuff we'll eventually have to do. And I'm definitely keeping away from that. I definitely don't want to do any fishing. No, I've had my fishing on Skyrim, to be honest. Yeah, there was a time when that would have been handy. Okay. Okay, let's do a little bit of exploring. It is one there, but it's uninhabited. Oh, I could pick any of these, really, to be honest. Unless we find that little pirate thingy. I don't know how anyone managed to find any kind of S-class ship on this, because I must have taken out 50 so far. And out of that 50, I think I might have got about 5 A's, but no S's. Yeah, again, no dissident. We'll find one. It's always something on those planets anyway, the really horrible ships. Oh, come on, this is boring. There, this is 2-star. Like, there it is. There's one we can check. So almost guaranteed that this one will be a C. But if it's the right type of ship, yeah, I'll build a temporary base so we can get our way back here, and we'll see if we can improve on that. More the type of ship and the colour, really. The best one I found so far was that ugly little kind of transformer one. So we'll just get here, we'll check the station. There's always a small chance there's no ships here at all. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, I figured out a lot about this game and its mechanics since I started. Yeah. A little bit, some of the aspects are a little bit buggy. Especially the pirate battles. I don't know, it might have been the update. Who knows? Oh, that's always... I'm not doing anything with the traders for a while. No, you're cool. I want to keep away from the traders for a while. That's a nest, but it's like horrible. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's ridiculous. No, this is one that I actually only picked up for free. That's a big difference, isn't it? It's what? 3 times? Over 3 times more powerful? Now, let's see what we got. Now, when we're here, what I try to do, I'll be wasting one of these echolocators. When we're going for this, we'll try and grab a few as well, or at least replace this one. Because if I ever find a planet where I find a ship that's anyway half reasonable, it could take a good few tries. But that I can get, you know, when I'm grinding, when I'm not streaming. Not too much of a biggie. Finding it, that's the big one.
Alert. Navigational data received.
I'm still not convinced it's a 5% on these. Not from the ships I've been finding. Unless I've seen some statement from Hello Games directly, to be honest. I wonder who came up with those odds. I didn't expect to be with this ship for so long.
Extreme toxicity detected.
Now there's 7 of these. The reason I'm interested in these is... Oh! I forgot to check to see if we got that free freighter module thing. I'll check in a minute in the anomaly for that.
Toxic protection falling.
Excuse me. Yeah, I did get some. I can actually buy decorations for that about every 500. Now... Okay. I still can't shake that cough. So it's, what's that? 4, 9, 15. Okay. No, won't go away. Just can't get rid of it. It just kind of breaks in every now and again, but still. I've never had it for this long, you know. It's like the wife, I just can't get rid of it.
Units received. Units received.
Oh, storm coming in big time. So, let's see what this is like. Is that a freighter I see down there? What is that? Now, if it's a factory, it's worth getting to. That looks like a factory. We'll give it a shot. Yeah, it kind of looks like a factory. Probably, yeah. Probably. But I think as far as the wife is concerned, yeah, she'll see me under the ground first, I'd say. And she'll have a good hand in putting me there as well.
Toxic protection. Falling.
Oh, this was a mistake. No. We gotta see the little robot thingies. No, this is not a factory. Okay. Well, we'll see what's in here anyway. If this is an observatory, I hate them with a vengeance. Oh, it is. It actually is a factory. How is that? I really need to do something with this, you know that? There it is. Yeah, they're here, alright. This is a factory.
Toxic protection. Stabilizing.
Now, we should be able to get some new tech from this. Oh, it says she has. Alright, yeah, I think that's why she's working so hard to collect it and fight an error. And how have you been? But I've got a life insurance policy on her as well. But apparently under the clauses in this life insurance policy, I get double if she drowns accidentally. So, just by coincidence, I bought a massive 500 litre fish tank. You know, it's pretty dangerous. You know, you gotta stand on a rickety stool to feed the fish. A person could slip in there in a moment. Nah, only joking. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. So, what have you been up to? Unclear how to make when it's generated. No event supplies are ink or fluid, various aliens. Alright. Evidence presence of their departure. Security scan initializing. Motion detector cameras are operational. Security scan initializing. Okay. Uh, I'll stand still. Yeah. Yeah, I knew that one would work. I think I've done this one before. Now, you get a choice of nanites, which we don't need. You get a choice of a multi-tool upgrade, which I used to take because I'm silly. I didn't know how easy they were to get, but you get a chance of some new technology. And that's what we want. There, their new recipe. Let me see. There's not many left anyway. What do we want, guys? We'll go for the... Yeah, and that's it. That's the only technology, the recipes I've got left. What's that one there? Catalyst, something. Let's go for the superconductor.
Item received.
There. Nice. Okay. It's just more fun getting them this way, to be honest. Now, before we make our way down, we're looking for those little, kind of, mirror stations. There's about a 1 in 5 chance. There it is there, you see it? About a 1 in 5 chance of a drop for those echolocators. But they're grindy. They are grindy. Don't ask me why I'm still doing this, but... Right, let's head out. Got a little bit of exploring in as well. Why not? Mega grindy, yeah. It's been working out. On some planets, you know, if you take the good with the bad, I'd say the best you get maybe is 1 in 4. You know, if you kind of space it out. It's still quicker than taking out the Sentinel starships. You know. Yeah, spend an hour on a planet, you could, you know, if you're lucky, maybe come up with maybe 8 or 10 of them. Oh, eventually I'll need a ton of them. So how have you been, Ray? Normal existence, yeah, pretty much the same with me. Really? I remember one planet in particular. I was sent to do something. And I think I was there for about an hour and I found 5 of those stations and I didn't get 0 from it. And then I went to another one and I think I got 5 locators and about 7 of them. So it is very very unpredictable. Yeah, that's what I've been getting as well, roughly about 1 in 5, yeah. About a 20% drop. But you go to some planets and it's more like 50, 60. And then you get to another one that's really bad. But I'd imagine if you took out 100, you'd be lucky to get 20, yeah. I've done that a few times, you know. Yeah, I've done that a few times. Well, with those, it kind of cuts out the base and you go straight to the ship, but still. You know, you can come up with 3 or 4 of them really quick here as well. It's all down to luck, I suppose. There's one there and there's one there. That's 451 and that's 372. We'll go for this one. But before I attack that, I'll mark the other one so we can run back towards it. But we're going to check out that ship. Do you notice these pirate dissident systems? Apparently there's supposed to be a 5% drop. No joking, I think yesterday I did 12 or 15. And every single ship was a C. And it was a horrible looking thing. So, I don't know, I'm beginning to doubt this 5% thing on that. I do know on the 3-star systems, You know, I was getting a combination of C's, B's and A's. But maybe it was just bad luck. You know, it would have been the first ship on every planet. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, a decent style and colour. The multi-tool, yeah, I'm okay with the multi-tool I have, to be honest. And I know the ship thing doesn't mean that much, but I would like to find one. If I could. Oh, sugar. No.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Yeah, I've been... Yeah, well, I haven't got my ship in for that one, have I? That's for radiation.
Technology recharge.
It's a pity all of this stuff didn't work off salt.
Technology recharge.
I suppose that would be too easy.
Technology recharge.
There! The stupid storms on this planet. Oh, that is an extreme one. We're staying here for a little bit. Oh, I've never found one of those, yeah. At the monoliths. Where would it be at the monoliths? I've been to a few monoliths. In Korvac systems. So how would you pick up a multi-tool there? You mean to find one of those camps, is it? Yeah. What, can you get a multi-tool from those? Oh, you get a reward, don't you, sometimes? I see what you mean. A purple glow on the surface of the monolith. I didn't know that. I don't think I've come across one yet. Interesting. So, how would you pick that up? I do know there's one where... I seen one in particular where, you know, you have two choices. You pick one and you lose standing. You pick the other, you get a reward. So it's one of those. And the reward would be a gun, and whether you get an S1 is down to luck, I suppose. No, I've never found one. No, that's what I've never found. I must try for one of those.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Yeah. No, I've never found a monolith where I had defeated that, yeah, that junk. So, a Korvac system. On a distant planet. Preferably. Tell me, so obviously the 3-star system would give you a better shot. There would be kind of A's, B's, C's and S's on that. It's off to the right side. Ah, I might have missed it. Yeah. But, no. I never noticed that. But then again, I might not have found one. I've been to a ton of monoliths. That's interesting. Yeah, I'll give that a shot. The multi-tool doesn't bother me that much, but it would be something to look for all the same, wouldn't it? Give me something to do. I'm not sure. This is a pirate system I'm in here. But is it a pirate Korvac system? I'm not sure. When I get into the ship, I'll say.
Extreme toxicity detected.
Now, where was I? Come here, you.
Protection falling.
Are these little guys here? They're almost impossible to scan. It doesn't really make a difference anyway. I don't know why I'm even bothering. Now I forgot what I was tracking. There's one here.
Units received.
These little guys are everywhere. I think we're going in. I do know we. There it is. Okay, before we attack this, we'll mark the other one. We can run back towards it. Yeah, they do, don't they? I don't know why I'm even bothering. I got all my stuff done. Matter of habit, I suppose. Yeah, I think I need 2 of these. Now, where's the other one till we mark it? There it is there, you see it? And now we'll take out this one. Rubbish. Okay, there's not a lot we can do about that. Why is it with all of these survival games, when you mark something like that, they're almost impossible to see again?
Toxic protection falling.
At 50% already. What is it with this planet?
Technology recharge. Extreme toxicity detected. Units received.
Oh, there it is. I see it. Yeah, we'll just spend a few minutes at this.
Toxic
It's
protection.
the poison, yeah. This is a nasty planet. Yeah, we'll just take this one and then I'll go and see what this ship is. And just thought I could maybe get back that locator I wasted on this. I kind of had my fill of scanning, but I will do the odd one.
Units received.
Yeah, these guys are very interesting here. Where are they? I'll leave them. We'll take this out and we'll head towards them and then we'll go and see what that ship is like. But every one I've found so far is rubbish. I mean literal rubbish. But there is a significant difference in the base, let's say, of the smaller ships than the large ones. They seem to be, I'd say, about 20% more powerful. Well, we'll see if we can grab him on the way down. Yeah, well that's it. Yeah, I got nothing from those two. I'm not surprised.
Toxic protection falling. Technology recharge.
Well, we got plenty of salt.
Falling.
Not a thing. There he is. God, he really doesn't want to scan, does he?
Toxic protection.
He really doesn't want to scan. Yeah, let's see. Oh, we're gonna have to walk right up to this dude. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's... Yeah, what was that? Oh, that's weird. Apparently it was alive. Ha.
Units received.
Okay, let's get out of here, guys. We're wasting our time. No, that's for money. And to be honest, I've got so much money I'm not even bothering now. And I've got a stockpile of those as well if we ever need them.
Toxic protection falling.
Okay, we're good. Let's get out of here. Let's see what this ship is like. We're wasting way too much time here. Oh, for goodness sake.
Technology recharge. Toxic protection falling.
Let's see if we can land this stupid thing here. No. Gotcha. At last. Right, let's see what kind of rubbish they're gonna give us. I've never seen a worse combination of ships. Yeah, I've got a ton of that in storage. This is a thing where you can chop it up or something for a health. But you never really need it, to be honest. Now, where's that ship? Yeah, this is a planet I wouldn't like to spend a ton of time on. All I'm looking for is something small, dark, with a reasonable design. That's it, and an S. If I even find that, I'll mark the planet and then I'll grind it out for an S. But I'm skeptical about looking for an S on a pirate system, from what I've found so far. Very skeptical.
Extreme toxicity detected.
They seem to be obsessed with two colours in this game, right? Yellow and orange.
Weather update. Storm.
And it's two colours I really dislike. Oh God. These ones here
Toxicity.
are a dime a dozen. You see this? This shape here, they're a dime a dozen.
Toxic protection falling.
If it's an S, I'll keep it, but out from that, I despise yellow, yeah. If it's all yellow, maybe it's not too bad. On this, I think it might be white, yeah. It's hard to know on the planet, but the ship is really bad. It's a C. Now, can you tell me why on every single pirate system it only gives out Cs? Now, if there's a chance, and apparently a 5% chance of getting an S, when you think in the last 20 times I would have at least getting one B, or is it something like you're guaranteed your first ship there is going to be a C? But that's just horrible. All I've been doing is collecting money doing this. I'm ready to give up looking for one on the pirate system, to be honest. Because from what I've seen, the chances would be pretty slim. Yeah, but everyone's been saying there's a 5% chance of finding an S. Why, the 3-star systems, it's something like a 2%, so 2.5 times the chance would save you a lot of grinding. So I've been prioritizing the pirate systems for that, but well, maybe it is. Maybe the thing is that the first one that you're gonna get will always be a C on a planet, and then that the odds would kick in. But I doubt it. I think that I have they wouldn't have a different mechanic for that. Okay, let's just claim it anyway and get out of here. But that was a waste of time.
Units received.
A massive waste of time.
Units received. Units received.
And I definitely don't need the money. Oh, look at that. If I was looking for that, I wouldn't. Oh, it's a plant. Let me see. So what are we looking for? We're looking for the monolith guy. Where is it? Oh, I'm almost burned out from doing these. But no joking, I've probably done about 3 dozen pirate systems. And the best I've ever gotten, even though I wouldn't take the ships, they were horrible, was a sea. I'm not much of a believer in coincidence, to be honest. You kidding me? Look where it is. Yeah, all C's. Not even a B or an A. Oh, absolutely, yeah. It is highly. Well, what I've been doing is, you know, even before I even do that fight an hour, is, well, no matter what you do, it's always going to be the same ship. I haven't even found, even out from the colour, I have not even found a ship that looks even remotely decent. But going back now, there's one in particular, it looked like a kind of transformer. It wasn't too bad. But I don't think... Could you change the type of ship as well? Maybe. That's what we might do in future. What we'll do is, if we find another pirate system, yeah, we'll do a test. We'll save on the system beside, and then we get ready, we'll go over, we'll check what kind of ship is there. Then we'll reload, and we'll see if the ship would change. That would save me a lot of work. Yeah, I wouldn't mind chasing it on that, because it would just save me going to another 1,099 more planets. But it'd be worth checking out. I want to see... Well, I'm gone so far now I wouldn't even do it that way, but I'd like to know if the type of ship in the system stays there, if you know what I mean. If it's kind of predetermined. Or, let's say, the type of ship that's coming in, you know, let's say it's picked when you enter the system, or it's picked when the game starts. Oh, so you can change that. Ah. So it's picked when you enter the system. That's going to make it interesting. Very interesting. It's only a matter of time before I find the design I want. If I live that long. But I've been to a lot of systems, guys.
Toxic protection falling.
And I've been very, very unlucky. Oh, hi, Wartron. And how have you been? Oh, I presented so many brains to this guy. I feel like a body snatcher. Oh, where's that little guy that was running? Oh, he's a quick little demon, isn't he? Let me see. Is it possible to even catch this guy? Maybe. Gotcha. Heh. Gotcha. There's only 2 missing for the planet, but I'm not going to be grinding it out, I can tell you. No, we just do what we can while we're here. Make our mark on the planet. Oh, look at that. Now, that's something I'm kind of forced to check out, isn't it? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah. I think most countries have been hit by a pretty brutal job market. Actually, even people with jobs are finding it hard to keep them, you know. There's been a bit of a downturn everywhere, really. Well, this should probably persist for a while. Oh, absolutely, if you're trying to get into the workforce, yeah. Yeah, there's probably tons of ones, you know, that are going nowhere quick for a very, very little pay. You know, even sometimes, you know, maybe thinking about starting off a small business. You know, you wouldn't need a ton of money in that. It can be a good experience, you know, even if you were just to dedicate a year to it, you know. I'm not sure how the system is set up in the US, but it's easy enough here. You just register, you know, get an accountant, and away you go. There's systems in place here too. If you're starting off a new business, you know, something really small, you know, maybe just self-employed, one-man thing, maybe even a couple, you'll get a lot of grants and stuff as well. I'm not sure if they do that in the US. But when it comes to the job market and that and the skills you're picking up, best to diversify them as much as possible. They always come in handy anyway, eventually. Right. Well, that was a horrible ship. So this game has it in for me then after spawning as I zoom in, but it's gotta give some time. Don't make a mistake and give me some kind of reasonable looking ship, I'd say. Yeah, I can't even get my stupid echolocator back. That's how bad it is. Oh well. It's time to get out of here, guys. Let's see if I can get somewhere for my little ship to land. There. You work your backside off to give everyone else your money. Pretty much the system, yeah. Rent, bills, car. Yeah. It's still not too bad here, you know. But, you know, if the situation is if you're getting X amount of money and you're working a ton of hours to do it, and, you know, rent and bills and all that is you know, sucking that up, well then, you know, even the chance of finding a better job because you can't lay off that one long enough, Yeah, I can see where a guy could get stuck on that. Might not be too much of a thing, if you're single and you could take a little bit of a hit, a little bit of a hardship. But if you were a family man
Threat
and
detected.
you have responsibilities, I could see how you could get stuck in a job like that. You know. What's with the pirates? Ah, come on now. Yeah, I got a sneaky pirate attack. There we go, that's not too bad.
Hostile ships defeated.
Okay, at least we got those out of the way. Hmm. Hmm. Taxes, 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 yeah. Yeah, this is a pirate system, yeah. Yeah. I can see how that could be a problem. Well, ideally, let's say your taxes should go to, programs, let's say, that would help you. Let's say, you know, maybe certain services that would be, you know, given to you as you get older. There's a system like that here. So, how could I put this here? Let's say, we don't dislike paying the taxes as much, let's say, as they would in, maybe the US, because, you know, we've, if you're on a certain income or when you get older, you get, there's free healthcare, free medication, free x-rays, free everything, free travel, you know, and then the systems in place if you're starting off businesses, and it's not too bad. So, we don't, let's say, dislike paying taxes. On average, let's say, we might pay a little bit more than maybe the US, but the benefits we get and the larger expenses, yeah. I can get as many free trains and buses as I want. Yeah. And that doesn't make a difference, your income or anything like that. You've paid your taxes, you've done your due. Yeah, I can get free trains, but only in this country. There's no Ubers or taxis, just buses and trains, and only in this country. Yeah, there's that. There's a ton of other things as well. You know, if you're on a very low income, and let's say you're moving a house. I did read up the rules on it a few times. If you're on a very low income and you're moving a house, you can get £1,000 for furniture, drapes, carpets, stuff like that. So they'll pay the best part of it. If you're on a low income and you're renting, the government will pay up to 80% in some cases of your rent. Now, that's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing, right? Because the government, because they're doing that, what's happening is the renting market is looking very attractive for landlords. And what the landlords have been doing is they've been buying up all of the houses, even over market value, driving up the price of houses and cutting first-time buyers and legitimate people, looking for houses out of the market because they're guaranteed a decent rent and they can up the rent, and knowing well that the tenant would probably only have to pay about 20 to 25%. Yeah, it is. I can see where that's a problem. You know, I can see where that's a problem. Actually, I think that money would be better spent in an affordable housing program, you know. But it's really meant to help out the tenant. It was done in good faith. You know, if you're on a low income and you're trying to get a better job and whatever the case may be, and it was for the best reasons. The problem is landlords will take advantage of that, you know, knowing that they'll get help from the government. So they'll up the rent and they'll buy up any properties, you know. Yeah, it can be a problem. As I said, the money would have been better off spent in an affordable housing scheme. They will, yeah. But to be honest, you know, since the dawn of time here in my country, landlords have always been a problem. You know, we had, you know, before 1922, we had 700 years of absentee landlords, you know. So you would think we would have learned a lesson, you know, from that one. But what used to happen then is the rent used to be, you know, really horrible. And, you know, it was mostly farmers and that. And if you couldn't keep up with the rent, they would come along and they would burn your house down. And maybe, you know, murder a couple of your family and turn you into a homeless refugee in your own country. You know? Yeah, it was a bad time. But that was centuries ago. But if it was done today, it would be like the equivalent of charging 10 times the rent of something that should have been charged. You know? Yeah. Well, they don't have a good reputation. Well, they used to have a good reputation here. But they're coming back again in force, Kazoo. Yeah. So, 64 would have been the famine. Well, there was two, actually. I think another one in 66. So, that would have been about right. Yeah. See, what happened was during the famine, and this is where most of the immigration happened. Right during the famine, well, basically there was no famine. I hate it when they call it a famine, but officially it's called a famine, but it wasn't. A famine means there's no food. There was plenty of food. You know, there was actually a surplus of food, but the people in charge, the British then, were sending it out on ships to Birmingham and selling it. So there was enough to feed the people times two. So the way it worked is that we were basically serfs, you know, on rented property, and, you know, there was only a couple of crops we could rely on. And when those crops failed, well, it was pretty stupid, you know. Yeah, there was another one as well. Like, the population was in trouble. Now, I do remember that even at that time, America did send a lot of shipment of food to Ireland, and a lot of countries did, but the British embargoed it. They stopped it from coming in. Yeah, they sent it from Ireland to Birmingham, and from there it was shipped off and sold to other countries. Beef, wheat, corn, all of that stuff. Yeah, but we were treated like cattle. You know, we were only allowed one type of food. That's basically the way it was. Yeah. But there was a lot of food as well sent from the people of the US, and that was that was stopped. They wouldn't allow it in. But it was rotting in the docks and they wouldn't let it out. But I think the Prime Minister at the time, he was Tory, well, basically said, well, you know, and I'm paraphrasing this a bit, he said, well, this is like God's punishment on them for being such, you know, animals, and we kind of need a culling. You know, there's too many here. So how could you call that a famine? But check it up anyway in the history books. I'm paraphrasing it a lot, obviously. Now, eventually there was a big scandal. You know, everyone, you know, started to criticize him. So he had to kind of backpedal a bit. So he did make a deal. He would give out the food to the starving. Listen to this. He would give it out, and listen to this, but only if they did not own any land. So anyone that did have land, any Irish person that had land, would have to sell that land before they'd be entitled to food. You know, their family home that was there probably for countless generations and centuries. So that money would have been worthless. That would have been spent on food, and it would have run out pretty quickly. So now they were homeless, and they might get some food from the ships. So that's why a lot of people left. There was no future, you know. How could it be? There was no future in something like that. So I think 2 or 3 million died of starvation, even though there was twice enough food to feed the population. With 5 million, yeah. Well, the problem is, with an economy built up geared towards agriculture and that much, a country like that would be highly dependent on international trade, because, you know, there's no way they could sell that all of that stuff within their own borders, you know. And lots of other countries, to Canada as well, yeah. And well, we did go to Australia, but we went the hard way. Right. Did you ever hear the word kangaroo court? Well, basically, when people were starving, you know, some of them, to feed their families, did turn to theft. So, you know, stealing a loaf of bread or something to feed your starving kids, and they would have been severely punished. They would have been brought to court and sentenced to something like 15 or 20 years in a penal colony in Australia. It's basically a slave camp, because they needed, you know, they needed the labour out there. And that was a death sentence, really. It was a penal colony. Yeah, it was a penal colony. It was unbelievably brutal. Everyone is dependent on international trade. Sometimes it does, but yeah, it always eventually happens for one reason or another. You know, whether it's certain circumstances at a time, some trade circumstances, or, you know, just some silliness, or it always happens. But it always, you know, eventually gets back to normal again. Yeah. But in a couple of days, we're all fake Irish. Oh, you mean the holidays? It all depends. The more the merrier, Gazoo. The more the merrier. But that was always a system, guys, of empire, you know. Lands would have been taken over for one excuse or another. And they were basically made colonies. And they were just large plantation farms. And the native people, they would have been just a free workforce. We've seen this happen in empire time and time and time again. You know? That's how it worked. So then, let's say the kind of rich people, or you know, from the conquering empire countries, would come in, and they'd basically, you know, give that to managers, and they would live at home and live off that blood money. You know, history is bad, of course, yeah, but history like that, guys, it was everywhere. That was just the time. It was normal. You know, just like social media is normal now. Nobody thought it was bad, or nobody thought it was good. They just, you know, it's the way it is. There was a system that time of, well, it was the class system, really, wasn't it? You know, where you could look at another person and see them as less, which is a dangerous thing to have. I'd imagine there's quite a few, yeah. But then, let's say, when this immigration thing went in, and, you know, even when the country, well, it took a long time for the country to get it back on track, and now it seems to be kind of part of our identity to just, you know, travel around for, you know, a ton of years and then eventually come home. So it seems to be, you know, part of it now. No snakes. The weather is wrong. That's just a kind of legend thing from St. Patrick. Yeah, yeah. Well, I suppose, back in prehistoric times, maybe, you know, but no. The weather. There is some in the UK, apparently, but it's just an adder, a harmless adder. Yeah, it would have been the religious thing, of course. Yeah. No, the UK, like, from our coast to the nearest point to the UK, I think is only something like 22 miles. But that will tell you the difference in the weather with two countries so close together. Yeah, strange. It might have something got to do with a lot of things, actually. But okay, let's get on with this, guys. I'll just get something to drink. But yeah, officially it's called a famine. They call it the Great Famine. There's a Gaelic word for it. I forget what it is, but I think a translation of it would be something like the bad times. I forget what it is again. I used to be able to remember. Definitely, yeah. Definitely. But yeah, strange time in history. Hmm. Another interesting story about the famine. During the famine, actually, there was a donation sent. Was it? Gortamore, that's the one. Yeah, on Gortamore. The bad times or something, wasn't it? Yeah, or the bad days or something. On Gortamore, yeah. Um, Gorta, yeah. Starvation. The starvation days. Or something like that, yeah. Um, there was a donation sent in during the famine, which I thought was, really, really um, kind of heartfelt gesture. It was sent in by some Native American tribe, and this was not long after the Trail of Tears, when they were forced off their lands to reservations where thousands died on that trail, and they heard about the plight. But I remember, I think it might have been about 10 years ago or 15 years ago, some of the elders from that tribe did visit Ireland. They met the Taoiseach here and that, and I'm nearly sure that we did give them a large donation as well. Check it out on the internet. Anyhow, I thought that was a really nice story. The Great Hunger, yeah, something like that, yeah. Yeah, I've heard it called by both. I used to be more into Gaelic when I was very young, with my granddad. But he passed away when I was very, very young, and I have lost most of it. Especially, going to other countries and, learning a little bit of the language there to get me by, and then going to another country. There's only so much you can hold in your head. Choctaw, that's them, yeah. That's right. Kindred spirits, yeah. That's the one. I remember reading about it. It was a Choctaw. Hmm. Oh, they're from Oklahoma. Oh. I've never heard of that language. Oh. Now, okay. Let's get on with this little search we've been doing. So we're going to mix it up with trying to get storage modules for a freighter, looking for pilots we need, looking for a ship, and yeah, just basically messing about. So, let's do this. So what are we doing now? Oh yeah, we're going back to the salvage site to pick up this piece of junk, aren't we? Well, we can't just leave it behind, I suppose. But this is what I've mostly been getting, this design of ship. I must have easily scrapping 3 dozen of these. And I hate these desolate planets. It's a horrible looking ship, isn't it?
Toxic protection falling. Technology repaired.
And all of them see. Right, we're done. Let's move. Where's my ship? Here it is. Let's get out of here before we die of exposure. Yeah, I will eventually try that one as well. It'll be something for me to do. It's been around alright, yeah. There's a similar one in Scotland. You know, all roots from the same language. Nice.
Extreme toxicity detected.
Up until probably 2000, the language was in great decline. It was pretty much overlooked from the 70s onwards. You know, it wasn't such a big thing in school. And, you know, since 2000 or maybe 2005, you know, they've started building Gael schools, you know, Irish schools. So kids right from the start, and that's the only time to teach the language, when they're very young. You know, they would learn Irish, obviously English and all of that stuff as well. Now, it's not going to help them financially, really. You know, you're not going to get a job as a translator or anything like that, but I suppose that, you know, anyone that wants to learn it, and kids or whatever the case may be, it's a nice thing to keep the language alive, you know. No, they can't let it die, of course not. Well, there would have been no problem with the language. It would be something like Denmark, you know, where people would speak both languages, you know, English and Danish. But there was a time when there was a law passed, and let's say speaking the Irish, the Gaelic language, had a death sentence. So if you know, any of the soldiers or whatever heard you speaking Gaelic, yeah, you'd be hanged. Well, there was a death sentence as well for public gatherings. So that went on for a long time. So that really killed the language off. You know, nothing quicker will kill a language than a death sentence. It was, yeah. It was. It did carry a death sentence. You see, the problem is, if you have a population that are basically your slaves, well, you know, you want them to speak your language, don't you? It's easier to communicate and, you know, to get things done. You know, plus anyway, they would, you try to domesticate them the best you could. But that did carry that sentence. I'm not sure for how long that was, but I know it was enough to really put a dent on the language.
Threat detected. Hostile ship
But to be honest, guys, that's how it was those days. Pretty much everywhere. You know, I'm sure it wasn't just here. You know, around the same time, the Spanish and the Portuguese had empires as well. The Italians, the French, you know, every big European country. Really, their stock and trade was, you know, conquering, you know, less advanced countries and basically turning them into colonies. But it all started to really break apart, let's say, you know, around the time of the French Revolution. That's when, you know, that kind of empire thing really hit a decline. Then, of course, you had the American Revolution, and then you had the revolution as well, let's say in India under Gandhi. But every country I've seen that eventually got away from this colonization, their colonizers had a very, very bad habit of partitioning the country. You know, there would be problems with certain communities within. They'd say, okay, you live in that half, and it was an easy way out. So you see the problems in India now. It was once, you know, in 1948, I think, all just one country. Now it's both Pakistan and India. And as far as I know, they've been arming up with nuclear weapons, or trying to. So that's not a good thing. You know, you've seen, Hong Kong, China. You see here in Ireland, you've got the 6 counties. You know, there's always a mess, you know, left behind. Yeah, that's a way to kind of wipe out a culture. Yeah. I do remember there was something forced in Canada too on the First Nation, wasn't there? I remember very recently the government apologised. Australia has an awful abysmal record as well on its treatment of Aborigines. But this is one thing that's common, guys, you know, in colonisation. Well, it is and it isn't, yeah, you know. But that was a deal done between Churchill, I think, and Collins. You see, Eamon de Valera would have been the leader, and Collins would have been his right-hand man. But de Valera was a cagey snake. You know, he wanted, he wanted to be the leader here, but he didn't want to make the hard decisions. So he got his yes man to broker the deal, so he could, he could say that he was against it, you know, and basically take over then. But Collins paid with his life, you know, because of that decision. He was assassinated in Cork, in his home county, by one of his own men. But all he was basically a yes man. You know, I wouldn't be taking in what Hollywood, you know, would say about him, you know. But it's a hard decision to make, guys, isn't it? You know, it's like if your family was, you know, wrongfully imprisoned or held in some kind of concentration camp, and the authorities said to you, okay, you've got 6 kids, you know, we'll give you 4 back, but we're keeping the other 2. Right, I'll allow that one. There, stones in the Irish Primary Fort in 60, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of monuments here. Well, the Irish Republican Army, well, basically like any country that would be under occupation, obviously people will get together and try to fight back. You had the partisans in France. You had what did they call them in the U.S.? The volunteer groups in the U.S. guys during the Independence War. What were they called? I used to remember their name.
Warning.
They would do hit and run ambush missions on the British. Oh, I forget. You had the same in South Africa when the British moved in to take over from the Dutch. What were they called again? Not volunteers. I'll remember anyway. So you'd always get a certain amount of the population that would fight back, but only after some real brutal stuff. And there was a lot of brutal stuff. Well, the way colonies worked that time is you would rule by fear. So what you would do is, like, even going back to 1920, the early 1900s, let's say, just after the Easter Rising, I do remember that organisation, which I don't support in any way. In their conception at their birth, they were working for a reason, obviously. No, not guerrillas. There was a name. I forget. But you would have the regular American army, and then you would have these guys. Militia. That's what I'm thinking of. Militia. The militia, yeah. But it kind of degraded through time into more of a kind of a gang. You know what I mean? And then you had the original guys, and then you had splinter groups, and this is what happens, everywhere. And then you've got really extremists, These guys have suffered as well, but absolutely the wrong way of going about something, What can you do in a situation like that? But definitely not that. I would not support those guys in any way. But the guys you see now are a far cry from, the original volunteers. You do know there was a civil war in this country, but after independence, when most of the true patriots realized what happened, the government that they got in was not much better than the government they got out. So they were not happy with that. And I remember one in particular said the only thing that's changing in this country is a flag and an accent. The government that got in still abused the people through landlords and all of that stuff, because they were giving them money. The corruption was there right from the start. And this was under Collins. One of the biggest mistakes, which I can't understand, was when they started off their own police force here, what they did was they rehired all of the collaborators that worked for the British. Yeah, it would have been. So imagine, guys, imagine after the revolution, obviously you had constables, police. Imagine if you let the same guys stay in that worked for the British. What kind of a system would that be? Well, that's what we did here. I think so. Yeah, well, we didn't, but I think De Valera did. But it's easy for us to talk. There was a lot of killing and a lot of suffering. I don't think... It's hard to know if it was the right decision, but I do know, Britain was under a lot of threat from Germany at the time as well. I'm sure if they had to hold out, they would have freed all the counties. And there has been a lot of death since. But it is a touchy subject, But the way history works is a strange thing, guys, The Republican Army in the beginning was formed as a resistance group, I don't know what it is now, but it's not that. It's a bunch of splinter groups and lunatics that commit atrocities, But, they were occupied by a foreign country, and, they fought back, Take the Second World War, let's say when Germany invaded France. You had the partisans, they fought back against the Germans. And, after the war they were all declared patriots and heroes, and they all got medals. the the Republicans fought against the British to remove them from the country, and apparently they're terrorists and criminals. I don't mean the guys today. I mean the guys in the past. The guys today, God knows what's motivating those guys. Probably greed. So apparently the difference between, a terrorist and is depends. Between a terrorist and a patriot is who you're fighting against in some situations. But there's one thing that's clear: if you're an organization and if you target civilians, you are despicable. You are despicable, to be honest. I think it should be the last thing. Military conflict should be the very last thing. I think everything should be tried. There is no excuse for targeting civilians. Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Like, even targeting military, that's a big step. What you should do is well, they probably did, try some dialogue, and you should declare war. You should try and be as legitimate as possible. Now, it's easy to say, but if you're a force of maybe 5,000 volunteers against 3 million troops, heavily armed, like, you've got no chance. You've got to do guerrilla tactics. And like, if it wasn't for guerrilla tactics, the US would have never have gained its independence. But when you're looking around you and you see your relatives being murdered in front of your face, you'll do some things to stop that. Video games would be interesting. But as I said, guys, this is just a conversation. This is not, what I think. But it's another way of looking at it, And as I said, all this thing was in the past. But under no circumstances would I back any kind of terrorist group or anyone branded as a terrorist group. Now, I don't mind, let's say, political differences, embargoes, stuff like that, whatever it takes. And then, if there's some atrocities, if military action was to be carried out, it's a horrible thing, guys, no matter what way you look at it, But I do know one thing. Under no circumstances, even if the opposing side, and they did at that time, you see, that's a slippery slope, guys. The British Army, they did some horrible things here to civilians. So the way that organisation looked at it, well, they did it to us, so we can do it to them. But you've lost the moral high ground when you do that. Two wrongs never make a right. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, but you've definitely lost any kind of international support. That was a different story, Fight and Iron. That was a splinter group. Yeah, that was a splinter group. That was guys that set up their own little organisation. There would have probably been extremist ex-members. But it's not like that anymore. This was all in the past. I'm sure there's still some of those characters around, but they're dying off quickly. They've got a political wing now. They're called Sinn Féin. And they're probably the worst politics I've ever seen. They flip and flop more times than a kipper. They're stupid, they're silly, and what can I say? But unfortunately, that party has been gaining, and it's always the case, isn't it? They've been gaining support, not enough to be a major concern, but a concern all the same. I don't trust them, to be honest. As I said, they're a far cry from the original patriots that, risked their lives to free their country from oppression. I'm almost sure a lot of them engaged in some pretty shady things. They're not transparent, and quite a few of them, in my opinion, are criminal. So no, I wouldn't trust them. Well, I wouldn't. They weren't to be trusted either when they took over. Let's say, when the British did withdraw, we had a taste. No, I love how that word has always been used to sum up um, a bad situation. Socialism in itself, it's not bad. It's just usually the groups that take over a country who claim to be socialists. Um, the likes of the National Socialist Party and that. But I do believe that socialism across the board does not work. I don't think any system across the board does not work. But I think a certain amount of socialism in a country, I think, is needed. Even the US has socialism. It has socialism, let's say, in its police force, its firefighting services, and stuff like that. You know. Mm. Mm. Yeah, it's a name they always kind of love to use. There is a decent amount of socialism here. There's a social net. There's it all depends, and I tend to think that most people from North America look at socialism a lot different than people in Europe. I think it's been ingrained into them that socialism is like communism. It's pretty bad. I think it's been ingrained there for quite some time because, if people want a certain amount of socialism, that means that they want more for their taxes. So that means there's less for corporations to gobble up, to be honest. But that's just my opinion, you know. Socialism is good if, in a sense, it's providing you a service, Well, let's say, like, as I said, when you get older, if you get a kind of national state pension that you've paid in through your taxes, or it's kind of taken from that, which is done here. Or there's like free healthcare or doctor's visits or, as I said, travel and stuff. It does. But it's always been used as a negative, The only real system that I would have, systems that I would be very, very skeptical of is of communism and Marxism, you know. Those definitely have some bad raps. Communism is a complete. Of course it is. Yeah, sounds good on paper. It's like Starfield, isn't it? Looks good on paper. Yeah. Now you got it, Fighter. Now you know exactly what I mean. Now you don't want a private company doing your healthcare because they know you know that they can hold you to ransom, and because it's a corporation they'll milk you for every penny you have. Of course, yeah. Now the way a socialist health system would work, and I've heard this argument time and time again. Oh, but you're going to get bad care, you know. Oh, it's not going to be like you get $5 million to book into the top hospital and this, that, or you'll be waiting longer or whatever. You know what I mean? I've been through the private healthcare system here and the social system. The speed is the same, the service is the same. Actually, the doctors are the same in most cases. So, the problem with a private healthcare system is the more work that they do on you, and the more medication that they give you, and the more time they take to do it, the more money they get. So there's an incentive to, well, I won't say keep you as sick as long as possible, but there's an incentive to do as much work as possible. So, now, you go to the the public system, you're going to say, oh, well, they're going to cheap out. No, because in a public system, if they cheap out, that means you're sicker for longer, and that means it's costing them more money. So it's in their best interests to get you as well, as quickly as possible. You know what I mean? And they don't really cheap out. You know what I mean? Now, in some cases there might be a little bit of a longer wait, but if you think about it across the board, if you're going into a public system where you know it's going to cost you probably your home, lots of people will delay their treatment, or even delay, let's say, even doing anything about it because of financial concerns. So at the very least, if it doesn't balance out, I think the public system would be quicker if you take all things into consideration. Yeah, it can be, but the longer you're sick, the more money it costs. And if they don't treat you properly, you know what I mean, you're going to stay sick. So, looking at it logically, if you're running a system, let's say, where it's efficient, you would get someone as well as they could be as quickly as you can without taking any shortcuts. It would be the cheapest way to do it. If you were responsible for their health. But I'm sure there's an argument against everything. But in my experience, although I will admit it's not that much, but I as I said, I've been through, the likes of Bupa and the other places, the private healthcare here, and I've been through the public system, and I have seen no difference. Actually, I think the public system, the people are more friendlier for some reason, except matrons. I hate matrons. They're just all witches, hags. And in most cases, you'll see the same specialists. Exactly. In a public system, or in a private system, the most profitable way to do something is to keep someone alive as long as you can and treat them for as long as you can. So even if it takes 20 years off your life, they're still making lots more money than curing you. In a public system, it benefits them more to get you finished and cured and fixed as soon as possible. Oh yeah, they're hags. I've never met a nice matron. They are dictators. Absolutely. Oh, hi, Hufflepuff. Pretty good. And you? How have you been? Stem cell. I have read about that a bit. Yeah. A matron would be a head nurse. She is the nurse in charge of all other nurses, the boss, that orders them around. She's usually the old crone, about 60, walking around with her chest out like she's in the military, barking orders at everyone and being rude, while the nurses scramble beneath her. She would be like a liaison between the nurses and what's to do. She would be the organizer, So she would be the matron, yeah. Rough day at work. Oh, well, at least it's over. You can get some rest. That kind of thing. Yeah, they're horrible. They're absolutely horrible. But I remember when, in my stay in the hospital, I was in intensive care for 2 days. But it was this old guy, and he was over in the other room, and I could hear him screaming. He wanted to get out to the toilet, but he couldn't make it. She was sitting down at her office. She heard him, and she put on her headphones and started chatting on her phone. She totally ignored the poor old guy. So I managed to get myself up out of the bed. And I went into his room. Yes. And I helped him out. He was really old. It was such a shame. And, if any of the nurses were there, they were lovely. But she was... But, I got him back anyway, and everything was okay. So she ignored it. So a couple of days later, I was discharged, and you know what she said to me? Because I did, I was kind of, well, she was an idiot. She forced me to take some painkillers, and I told her I couldn't take them because I was in too much pain. The painkillers she was giving me would have been useless for what I had, and when the doctor came, the shot that he'd have to give me to kill that pain so I wouldn't be screaming, he wouldn't be able to give me because she already gave me the painkillers. But she persuaded me that she knew more than what I did. So the doctor came, he said, well, I have to give you a shot. And then he looked at the chart. He said, oh no, he said, we can't. You've already got this thing. And I looked at her and she looked back at me. And she looked at the doctor and she said, oh yeah, that's what I was saying to him. And I looked at her and I said, you lying old bat. You know? A lying old bat. That's what she was. But that was okay. When I was going, I remember I helped that old guy. So when I was going, she looked at me. She said, oh, you're leaving, are you? Ah, I'll be sad to see my little helper go. I said, you're lucky. I said, I'm not running this. I said, or you would be on the unemployment line. I said, this organization needs to get rid of people like you. She was horrible. How could someone do that, you know? How could someone do that? You know, to watch an old man screaming like that when one of the patients will have to get up. Now, it's not the system, guys. It was just that horrible person. All of the nurses there were lovely. They were absolutely lovely. She had a big problem. But there's one thing I could say about the medical system here is people should be punished for doing stuff like that. Yeah, over-medication is a problem. And how have you been, Randy? Sounds about the same, yeah. There's just some tyrants with the matrons that we've got to get rid of. The system is okay. But the problem is, and this is the problem in a system like that, you get some people in that system, Randy, with a job for life, and they abuse their position. They should be punished harshly. You know, the vast majority of nurses and everyone in there are lovely. There's just a few bad eggs, and, you know, there can be a few bad experiences. I've been alright, had a good few days. Oh, nice, so you've had some rest. Nice. Yeah, well, we're just talking about the system. Although, remember, guys, you know, this is just my opinion as, you know, one guy just, you know, speaking to his friends. To be seen as ever you see fit. Just my opinion. Yeah, they're a problem. They're a problem. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, absolutely. But, that's the only problem I have with the public healthcare system. I've yet to see a matron that, deserved their job, to be honest. You know? So, guys, let's get going with this. So, it's good to hear you've been doing well, Randy. And nice. Had a few days off. Yeah? I don't think I remember that part. So, we had another fail on that one, and this is the Outlaw Station. We just came here, didn't we? Arrive in 2 weeks. No, we won't be going there. So, yeah. Hang on, I don't even think we tried. I think we tried that system, didn't we? Okay. So, we struck out on that, guys. So what we'll do for a little bit, and then we'll go back. I found a bug, Randy, on the freighter. The plants wouldn't grow. Took me about 3 hours to figure it out, but I found the problem. It used to be better, but now that we have so many out of towners, it's just gone bad. You're lucky if you get through the day. Our system has been pretty much overrun by. Yeah, I remember when I was there, you know, let's say about 80% of the people there were not from here. Yeah, the system was designed for, a certain amount, and I can understand why people are unhappy. Well, I totally blame the government. I think it's a good thing to help people, but if you've not got the infrastructure in place, all you're doing is making a bad situation worse, you know. Yeah, I got some rest, but I mostly did some grinding on this out of boredom. Yeah, it's better than doctors on average by a lot. Probably, yeah. Well, you know, you got to take a doctor for really what they are, and they're kind of like triage. You know, there you go to them, and they would decide, whether you need to see a specialist or not. Really, they're just there for shots and things like that, and prescribing medication. The body is it's pretty complicated, but to have one guy that could diagnose you properly, he would make Einstein look like an idiot. There's just so complicated the human body. But yeah, you'll get some incompetent GPs, all right. Mm. Yeah. Well, we'll all have disagreement with government policies, I suppose. Um, but I suppose that's democracy, isn't it? Yeah. All we can do is really hope things get better. But what I would like to see in our government is things to be a little bit more streamlined. And when I say streamlined, I don't mean, mass layoffs or anything like that. But I would like to see them, well, take out the matrons anyway, for starters. Anyone that doesn't have respect for their customers, because that's what we are. But they seem that because it's a free healthcare system, which it's really not, we've paid our taxes over time. So they think that we are beholden to them, and that's the feeling I get with these matrons. And we're almost begging, so we're some kind of lesser life form in some sense. They give out that kind of vibe. We definitely need to get rid of that kind of toxic person in the medical profession. That needs to stop. Um, and they need to be, let's say, a little bit more streamlined. Yeah. It wouldn't take much, just a little tweak here and there. And I don't mean anything drastic. And even if we have to bite the bullet here, Randy, we need to pay them a bit more. Their wages, I suppose, are okay. But towards what, countries like, the US are giving, a lot of our doctors are going to the US and other countries because of the pay. The reason they're paying them more there is because healthcare is, really, really expensive, so they can afford to pay them. But, just to pay them a bit more here, you know. Now, under the system we have, my local GP, he takes medical card holders. They're people that will get free healthcare. I don't know what you would call it where you are. And he will take private patients as well. It's a husband and wife. They're South Africans. They're really nice. They've been here a long time. Not like not like Elon. Very very intelligent, sensible people. Um, yeah, I like my doctor. He's pretty decent. You know, he's not one of those doctors that would you know. You tell him what's wrong, and then he'd hand you out the prescriptions, or you'd see him on a computer and he wouldn't even touch you. This guy will he kind of cares about what he does. And yeah, he's okay. You know, but I remember reading the local paper, and they were saying the kind of money, for some reason, that GPs were making. And I think between his public and private practice, I think he cleared something like €2 million in 12 months. So that's good money, guys, for a GP. Now, I did say this before, and somebody said, I think they worked in the medical profession, and they said, oh, well, I checked it up online, and a doctor in a hospital gets X amount. Well, I said, it's not the same. You'd be on a set salary on a hospital, and that's what I'm saying. Maybe they need some more money. But this guy goes by volume, This guy goes by volume. So the more people he sees, the more patients he has, the more money he gets, So that's what they say. Now, obviously, a healthy chunk of that would be in expenses and, taxes, obviously, that would be going back into the system. But he would have come out with a cool mill, or very close to it. Yeah, yeah. But the guy did kind of say, well, in a nice way, I don't really believe you. But he was mistaking what I was saying about it. I'm not sure what the wages are there. It's not the worst, but it's definitely not the best. But yeah, that would be the thing to get into here, But in any system where there's public healthcare, that would be the best thing to get into. Now, you might think of that, because it's, a public system, it's a scam, and that's where they're making so much money. No, not really. He's getting, I think, maybe $30 a patient, but he's seeing so many, But if you look at that, if all of these people were to show up at hospital, it would cost a lot more. So even though he's doing the volume and he's making that much money, he's paying a lot back in taxes and back into the system. And he's making it cheaper for the hospitals to deal with the really serious cases. You know what I mean? So, just because he's making a lot of money doesn't mean that he's milking the system or taking advantage of it, or he doesn't deserve what he gets, So, you can be doing the right thing, and you can make a lot of money as well. And again, that's just my opinion, Okay, let's look around, guys. So, yeah, we'll just try these randomly. What I'm really stuck for, guys, is some decent... What I wanted to do, I'm kind of greedy. I wanted to do, to max out the quests from the factions, but I've been trying to get them to give me the stuff I want to, kill two birds with one stone. So, we'll mix it up a bit. We'll mix it up a little bit. But I remember one GP I had, and this was about... Oh my... It was about 20 years ago. Sorry. Yeah, it was about 20 years ago. And I've always been squeamish. I know, I'm old, but I've always been squeamish with needles, Randy. Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a phobia, but, when somebody approaches me with a syringe, I get very anxious. But when I'm actually getting the injection, I have no problem. It's just the anticipation. Now, if I was to kind of psychoanalyze myself, I would say it was something that happened to me when I was about 4 years old, which is totally gone from my memory. I had a procedure because I smashed a tooth or something, and back in those days, back in the 60s, it would have been nasty. So that must be locked up somewhere in my subconscious, But once I'm getting the needle, nah, I don't care. But usually, when you're getting that, they're pretty rough. But this guy was an artist. He was a Leonardo da Vinci of a syringe. Yeah, with a syringe. You wouldn't even know he was there. He was deadly. He would have making a pretty decent drug addict. Yeah, the trauma could probably stay there somewhere in your subconscious. But he was nuts. I've never seen a crazier guy. He had a hairstyle like Albert Einstein, and he had this kind of, you know, that like that 70s porn stash, one of those, and this big fluffy head. But yeah, he was pretty strange. But I remember, I think it was in the local paper. I think he moved to another place or whatever the case may be. Yeah. And but he went into a local store, and he went in barefoot. He was doing his shopping barefoot, and he was banned from the store for life. But it got the local papers. But yeah, he was a little bit eccentric. Yeah. The stash, yeah? Back in the day. Yeah. But a nice guy, but just a tad bit eccentric, you know? Yeah, I actually liked him, you know? But there's one GP here, and he's an idiot. He's an absolute idiot. I went to him, and what was it? Yeah, it was when I first got my ulcer and I needed medication to keep it under control. So he suggested I look at a YouTube video, and I said, "Excuse me." So then he put me on these tablets, and they weren't working. So I eventually found a prescription that would, and it's called Nexium. I think it's made by an American company. It's the only thing that seems to work to take this pain away. But I told him, and he looked it up. Yeah, he said that might do. So we tried it for about a month, and it worked perfect. Made my life worth living again. And I remember you'd have to go in every single month to obviously get them, you know, refilled. And do you know what he said to me when I went in? He gave me the prescription, and you'll never believe this. He said, "Do you know how much this medication costs?" And I said, "Excuse me?" I said, "You didn't just say that, did you?" I said, "Do you understand," I said, "that I'm a tax-paying citizen, and I have already paid for this medication? And I said, if you're so concerned about how much healthcare is costing, you could waive your fee. You're getting a fee," I said, "for doing this, and you're on," I said, "at least maybe $1.5 million a year. I said 99% of this country is only on a fraction of that. I said, if you're so concerned about healthcare, why don't you waive your fee?" So he asked me to leave. Yeah, he started complaining to me about medication that I had already bought and paid for 20 years ago. I paid a lot of tax, guys. I paid VAT. I would say that maybe half of my wages in one form or another, every penny I've ever made, went into taxes. And I was good with that because, you know, it was being used to help people less fortunate, and, you know, it would be used when I got sick and old to take care of me. So I looked at it like an investment. And then for this guy to try and shame me, to say, well, why don't you go for something that's not working because it's cheap? You know? Yeah. Yeah. He was an idiot. But I did know he was an idiot when he told me one day he started bragging that, you know, as pocket money, he would give his kids $2 a week. Pocket money. You know, this guy was worth several million a few times over, and he was giving his kids $2. He was a horrible person. Yeah. Unbelievable, isn't it? None of their business. We've already bought and paid for that system. You know, we pay taxes for that system. Aren't they? Yeah. Aren't they? Yeah. That's, yeah, basically. You had too much money. Of course. Yeah. Bees. No, bees don't bother me. Oh yeah, that would do it all right. But let's just say I have a healthy fear of them, obviously. But I've noticed that, Randy. For a long time, I worked for myself as self-employed, so one could say in the private sector, and I'd be doing jobs like like fish ponds, little gardens, little bridges, resodding turf, hedges, decorative stone walls, some large, some small. I did that for about 2.5 decades. And it's strange you should say that. If I was doing a job, let's say, for a guy with what we would concern here, we would consider, I should say, to be maybe a kind of mid-grade job with mid-grade pay or above. Everything was, pretty okay. You'd agree a job, you'd agree a price, you do the job, you know what I mean, you get paid. But every time you do a job for a guy that had more money than sense, they would always nickel and dime you, you know. They would always, at the end of the job, they would persuade you that other things were included and try to get them in for free, or try and, not pay you the amount you agreed on. Yeah, it's true what you said. There are. It seems the more money you have, the more greedy you are. Oh, hello, Bo. And how are you? Hope you've been well. Yeah, yeah. But you'll get some people that are reasonable. I remember I was doing one job and then someone wanted, oh, that's good to hear. They wanted another job done. So there was a couple of trees that needed removed. Now, because I was doing the other job anyway, to remove 2 or 3 trees, to cut them up and chuck them. So I quoted them $400. So, but just because I was there next door, usually it would have been a lot more, but I'm not greedy, you know what I mean? The way I looked at it, it was taking me about an hour, and I suppose I had a ton of overheads. I suppose I'd make about $200 off it, even though I wanted to go home, but this guy seemed to be stuck. So I said, yeah. He said, 400 seems okay. Well, I said, yeah, because anyone else would charge you 1,000. But he said there was a couple of guys around, he said, and he said they were going to do it for 100. I said, really? Yeah, he said they wanted to do it for 100. But he said they didn't look professional. He said, so I didn't get it done. So basically you had guys going around that weren't paying any taxes and they hadn't got any insurance, which is, pretty dodgy. So, they'd cut down the tree, and if it went through your house, well, bye-bye house, or, if it fell on your car, or God forbid one of you or one of your kids, well, that was it. Those guys would just run, So he didn't trust them, and he was right not to. So he gave me the job, but he said, well, you have insurance. And I said, yeah. I said, of course I have. He said, you don't mind if I can see it? So obviously, I said, yeah. I said, I actually carried with me. So I went over to the truck and I took out my policies and I showed him my VAT number, my company name, my insurance, my accountant, my solicitor. And he looked it over and then he apologized. But yeah, he was right to check, But that's a serious problem here. That really hit my business, But I could still survive. I wasn't really bothered. I went to donate blood. Oh. I was feeling fine. I filled the paperwork, sat in a chair, everything was going well. Us but me and Linda were doing chatting back and forth. Then suddenly my vision started to tunnel. Oh my. Next thing I know, you fainted. And the entire pop-up board they ran over with my cash and they were calling me the wrong name, so I wasn't coming back to. Oh my. Crew 10 is in orbit. It says you should dock with it. Oh, it probably came up from the thing, yeah? Now, this guy here, I'm gonna see if I can get this guy and then we'll move on. But apparently he's worth a lot of cash. He's worth 324 grand, but I don't need the money.
Hostile ships approaching.
There we go. That was easy.
Hostile ships defeated.
It is, yeah. Maybe you were feeling a bit weak, but you know, once you got that weak feeling, you should have telling them to stop. Could have been, yeah, like Born or Long Kiss Goodnight. Taking me to appointment was around the corner. Hearing this commotion, she thought to herself, must be Randy. She gets over there and she noticed they were shouting the wrong name. She called over to correct him, finally came back, but my body tensed up so the needle that was in my arm went through all my vein and the muscle and left a huge bruise. It would, yeah, and a blood clot from it. Oh my. So, were you donating blood or were you getting a blood test done? A donation, yeah. Now, getting your name wrong if it was a blood test, that would be serious. But maybe not so much with a donation, you know. But still, you'd think they'd have a system where they'd know who they're getting the blood from. And that is typical stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Either way, they should have been a little bit more on the ball, to be honest. Sometimes hospital staff, they get pretty tired. I know they work long hours. Not such a biggie with a donation, I would imagine. But it would have been a serious thing with a blood test, you know. Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think you were probably a little bit under the weather, feeling weak, and once you lost that blood. Yeah. But I don't think you were in any real danger, but yeah, maybe they should have, you know, here when you're giving blood, you know, if you're sitting down, even if you look a little bit funny, they'll keep asking you if you're okay and everything like that, you know. You could have been a little bit hyperglycemic, alright. Yeah. That happens to me a lot. You know, because I skip meals and sometimes I don't eat regularly. You could be a little hyperglycemic. It does mimic the effects a little bit of being a diabetic. You know, where you get that kind of weak, kind of blackout feeling. But I get it sometimes. But I bring it on myself, you know. I do tend to skip meals. Your body loves regularity, you know, eating a certain amount at a certain time. When you start to change that for any length of time, it can have consequences. If you keep abusing that, you know, it'll be chronic, you know, where every time you miss food, you know, you'll get that feeling. Yeah, you could be like me. I didn't forget, it's just I was so busy working. That's what gave me an ulcer as well. You know, I would go maybe 12 hours between meals because of work. You know, because I didn't have the time to eat. For decades. Yeah. And then you get used to it, you know. And then at those days I was indestructible. I thought nothing could hurt me. I was wrong. Yeah, I think that's the problem there. You know. What you need to do if you get an attack of that again, you know, maybe have a candy bar or something sweet to drink. I think being hyperglycemic, it drains the sugar from your pancreas. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit like the effects of being a diabetic, but obviously not as serious. Yeah, you're not allowed to donate. Oh my. Orange juice. Yeah, probably. I find eating something or drinking something sweet and just resting a bit will kind of put me back on track again. Hmm. But check it out anyway. It's called hyperglycemia. It's a common enough thing for people who work strange hours and skip meals and stuff. Would usually be, the ones, getting that. Well, that would be the other side of the spectrum. That would be the worst case scenario, right? Wouldn't it? Hmm. Hmm. Well, this is something that couldn't easily be found. Unless you were skipping meals and that. But it's not that much of a serious issue. It's just a kind of constant abuse to your body. As I said, your body likes a certain amount of regularity. I don't know if it can get to a serious level, to be honest. Mm, mm. Now, it could be some kind of. I know it's mostly females, that suffer from an iron deficiency. I do know my wife did for a long time. She was getting that weak feeling and everything. Especially when she was giving blood. Did you get your iron levels checked? It's pretty easy, if you've got a condition in that. It's just, you take these horrible little tablets every day, just to get enough iron back in your system. It can happen to guys as well, but I think the vast majority, would be females. Hmm. Your iron levels are normal as well. Hmm. Yeah, it sounds like. Well, you did say you have a habit of skipping meals, so it sounds like hyperglycemia. Um, Believe me, I wouldn't even know what that is, but I do remember the problems I had, and I just checked it out, and it seemed to fit what I had. And I noticed I only get it when I start, missing certain meals for a few days, but it hasn't happened in the longest time. So again, only a guess on my part. I didn't even go to my doc about it. For all of those with glucose tests, yeah. The next time you're in with your doc, Randy, mention that you tend to skip meals here and there. Is there a possibility it might be some kind of hyperglycemia? It's only a simple thing, to be honest. And he'll give your opinion on it. His opinion on it. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think iron is the problem, apparently. Yeah, yeah. But if I was a guessing guy, if I was a guessing guy, especially since you said you kind of skip the meals, you have a habit of doing that. But that kind of weak feeling is it's pretty common. Could be a lot too. Could be, down to that factor or a combination of other factors. If you've been working too much, if you've been not getting enough rest, or if you're under stress, that could go on forever. But my main contender for that would be, and it's common, and it's not dangerous or anything, and you don't need medication for it. Just make sure and eat when you need to. Would be hyperglycemia. I think 80% of people who have it don't even know. Could be. Could be a stress response. Yeah, as I said, there could be lots of different things. But if you're getting that, let's say, out from any stressful thing, you know, yeah, just keep an eye on it, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. I've been getting that on and off for about 15 years, I think. I used to get it maybe about maybe twice a year, then it was once a year, then it was. I don't think I've had it now for. Well, still, honestly, yeah. It's averaging about once a year. But it's always after, maybe not eating properly over a long period of time. And I usually do that when I'm stressing about something. So, you know. And because you don't have much of an appetite when you're stressing, you know. Now, I think we were in here already, guys, weren't we? I don't know why they put these right in front of the planet, because when you come into a system, you're actually on the other side of these. Yeah, it's not a biggie. Yeah, yeah. But still, I just keep an eye on it, just to be safe. There's no harm in checking it out, Uh-huh. See, this is not the stuff I want. It's all free and everything, but it's not really what I'm looking for. But we can get rid of some of this junk. But we will check and see if we can get a quest or something from this guy. Would be nice. I'm still looking for decent shipping pilots. And I used to see them quite regularly, but they've kind of dried up a lot. The spawning rate in this game is, I don't know, it's very unpredictable. But it doesn't seem to be the numbers that everyone is saying, It could have been a stress response to that, yeah. As I said, when I see the syringe, I get very anxious, but, during the procedure, it doesn't bother me at all. Yeah, it could be something like that, of course. They did all the dye. I had that done, yeah. But I remember the last time they did an MRI on me and the dye stuff, so they wheeled me into the MRI. And he said, okay, if you feel a little bit claustrophobic or you get scared, just give me a shout. But when he was finished, he had to wake me up. I fell asleep in there. It was lovely. Oh, I wouldn't mind having one of those machines. I'd sleep in there. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they were looking for a blockage with me. Yeah. I fell asleep in one of those. They had to wake me up. I think the guy thought I was dead. I thought it was very, very relaxing. You had the air coming in and it was nice and cozy. But if you were claustrophobic, ooh, yeah, that would have been a problem. But no, I'm not claustrophobic. I actually thought it was quite comfortable. That's what they were doing to me at one time when I hurt my neck. I thought it might have been a tumor. Yeah, I still fell asleep. Didn't bother me. I managed to tune that out. I got the entire scan, head to toe. So I was in there for quite some time. Yeah, I thought it was comfortable, yeah. No, they didn't even junk me up on anything. No, I was perfect. But to be honest, I wasn't getting a lot of sleep. And it was so relaxing in there and so quiet and nice and comfortable. Yeah, and then you had to stay perfectly still. So yeah, I dozed off. Well, usually with an MRI, if you have unexplained pain, they would like to rule that one out, straight away. That would be their main concern rate. Hmm. Really, yeah? No, it didn't bother me that much. But the colour thing can come in sometimes, obviously. You know, when you close your eyes, you'll get that kind of colour flash. It all depends on how hard you close your eyes, really, isn't it? You'll definitely get it from loss of sleep sometimes. I don't mind them, to be honest. I don't mind them at all. But, you know, it is a good way of finding out if there's anything wrong. It's one of the best tools, really. So, if ever you're offered an MRI, I'd be taking it, you know. It's always nice to be safe because, you know, even if they're looking for one thing, there's a possibility they might find something else and, they get that thing in time. And it's always a nice little kind of safety check, you know. You can never have too many of those. Hmm. No, I never move when I sleep. Yeah. I would fall asleep with my reading glasses on, and when I wake up, my reading glasses are still on. I never move. I never speak. Yeah, in the summer. Yeah, especially if you feel there might be something wrong, or just to be safe. You know, but anytime you're offered an MRI, yeah, absolutely take it. You know. But you love this, yeah? Made it tonight. Nice. So you're claustrophobic? No, I've never been claustrophobic. I remember even as a kid, building weird forts and tree houses and that. I remember one with a couple of other guys we built in particular. And it was pretty dangerous. But I used to have so many encyclopedias. But we actually dug down about 10 feet in the ground. We made a tunnel running across maybe about 40 feet into an underground den, and we covered it over. But I did put in the proper supports. Unusual for a 12-year-old. But I did check. I think it was a mining encyclopedia. I was a weird kid, alright. But no, never claustrophobic. Mm. Yeah, that's what they were doing with me as well. Even though they didn't say it, I knew. And then when the results come back in and he said he kind of let it slip. Oh, he said, you'll be happy to know, he said, it's not a tumour. I said to myself, I knew what you were looking for. Yeah. Too much fluid. Oh. Oh, strange. So they checked for infection and stuff like that, yeah? Hmm. Oh, you're not. So you just. Oh, that's strange. Yeah. I was always fascinated with building as a kid. You see, no social media, guys, and no real TV. All I had was my books and encyclopedias. That was more fun as a kid, guys. Oh, the fun was unbelievable. And to do something yourself, you know? Hmm. It's smart, so yeah. Okay. The kids are missing out a lot today, you know? They're staying indoors all the time, and games are okay, of course, but if they got out a bit and associated more with kids and started doing the old school stuff like tree houses and go karts and toboggans, sleds, that kind of thing, it's much better for kids. Division issues. Oh my. Uh, so how would they approach something like that, Randy? Or more importantly, what would they say is the cause? The fluid build-up. They've checked for some kind of bacterial infection, I suppose. That would be their first go-to, wouldn't it? Not that I know anything much about medicine, to be honest. Yeah. Oh yeah, it can obviously invoke certain memories. Hmm. I don't know a lot about it, to be honest. But those guys know what they're doing. So yeah, I can see how pressure would push against the optic nerve. Hmm. It can be, yeah, that's the problem, isn't it, Randy? There's so many reasons. So you'll have to drain off some of the fluid. I suppose it has to be done. It might have been some kind of temporary illness you picked up, and now you've got the excess fluid. Once you get rid of that, you should be okay. But it's not life-threatening, and even though the spinal tap is, I must admit, is not that appealing, but it's something you could get through easily. They probably would. Yeah. Yeah, they'll have to get rid of some of that fluid, all right. But, I wouldn't worry too much about it now. Could have been something like an old infection that caused the excess fluid. And this is me only guessing, I'm probably 100% wrong. A temporary thing, and that's just the leftover stuff. That's the way I would go with it. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, but at least they've got to the problem. You see, it's identified in time, and it's very very fixable. So that's good. Yeah, of course. If the pressure keeps building up, of course. But they found it in plenty of time, and now it's just a matter of getting off that excess fluid. They'll be checking you from time to time to make sure it's not recurring, obviously. But I think the chances of it coming back are slim. Hmm. Hmm. AI to me in a situation like that, like, would be very much like using the internet as it is today. So what I find about the internet and AI is, so let's say, take for instance, when I got my injury, it manifested with a kind of strange pain in my hip. Now, if you Google that, the first thing they'll hit you with is a tumor. Okay. Um, so the problem with issues and the problem with certain things is, you know, your problem could be, let's say, in your leg, but the pain and the problems might manifest somewhere else in your body. There's a certain chain of events that will happen. It's very, very, very complicated. You know, like for me, the pain was in my hip, but the problem was in my neck. You know what I'm saying? So this is the difference between specialists and doctors. You go to that with your doctor, he wouldn't be sure, and then he would send you to a specialist. So he would be a specialist in that, and he would have the best chance of diagnosing that. You know? Yeah. But usually, as I said, guys, you might have the simplest problem. If you Google it, it will give you the worst case scenario, and it will go down to maybe 50 other scenarios. So as we were saying, there could be a hundred different reasons for a certain pain or a certain problem. And that's just where the specialists and the technology they have now would do their best to get to the problem. But I will admit we don't know everything. Yeah. So I think any kind of AI thing would just run down basically picking the possible causes. The only way I could see, let's say, AI sometime in the vast future would be with some kind of nanobot. They could release it in your body, just going around checking stuff. But I don't think they'll ever get that kind of technology. But let's say in a millennia or two, if we're still around, who knows? The software might be right, but the hardware we have wouldn't support, um, something like that. Mm. Yeah, sure. But as I said, for that to make any kind of advance from what we have, we would need a revolution in technology. The same kind of revolution that brought us from the transistor to the microchip. Then I can see things opening up. But hardware has not been progressing at the same pace as that kind of technology. But I'm sure in the future they'll sort that one out. And again, that's just an opinion of mine. Could be 1,000,000% off. But as I said, we're just friends chatting, so it's just a conversation. Oh, yeah, I'll check this anyway, just for the fun of it. Oh, in that sense, it would, yeah. But the root causes of something, you know, like take for instance, how many different cells there is in the body, and the problem with getting cures for certain diseases that would attack, cells like that really nasty complaint that I won't even say. So, you know, there's millions of different combinations. Well, there is different combinations, so that's not been cracked yet. Far from it. Now there might be a chance with, let's say, but you're doing a slippery slope here, is messing around with certain genes from the unborn. That I think is a big mistake. But they have been making progresses with, stuff like they would get your DNA and then they would tailor make medicine to suit your DNA. That is a pretty decent improvement. Maybe not a solve all, Oh, guys, did you hear about that? There's a company and they've made a breakthrough on doggos. You can give them a medication that would extend their life, but it only works on pretty heavy dogs of a certain age. So let's say if your doggo is like 10 and they're expected only to last maybe another year or two, I think it extends their life by another 3 or 4 years, this medication. I wonder if it's a scam, but it only works. The doggo has got to be pretty heavy, it can't be a small doggo. But I was reading up on that. How true that is, who knows? No, the doggo. Speaking of doggos, this doggo has just spilled my ashtray all over the place. Oh, the whole place is. Nah, I'm gonna have to clean that up later. Yeah, we'll leave it for the time being. Toby, I swear to God, I'll get you to. I'll teach you how to use a Hoover. Well, there's so much information on it. Too much. It will spam you with every possible combination. But I do believe that the algorithm in Google it's not random. It's definitely weighed on one side. I think the algorithm is tampered with a bit. But remember what I said about physicians, Gazoo? Remember, they're just there as a kind of triage, and they would send people to specialists. But there's something we're overlooking as well, guys. There is a way for certain problems that they used to use in medieval times. That was cigarette ash. No, just ordinary cigarettes, right? I would never touch the other stuff. Not that I have anything against it, but it's just not me. There's a thing they used to use in medieval times, and I've seen them mess about with it here and there, but I don't think they've taken it far enough. In medieval times, to sniff out certain diseases, they would use dogs. Yeah. They would actually use dogs, and they were massively accurate. For stuff that they didn't even, they didn't even have a grasp of bacteria and germs those times. I do know they've been using it out to sniff certain diseases. I don't think they've been pushing enough research into it. You know how you can, something fascinating happened to me, and it was about 20 years ago. I was going to a funeral. Obviously that wasn't fascinating, but I decided to go by ferry. So you had to go through some kind of security, and we were in the waiting room. So there was this guy with a dog, and he was going around, and he stopped one guy, and they searched him, and apparently he had like 6,000 or 7,000 euros. So obviously, you're only allowed, I think, 1,000 euros. So I asked him what was the story. So he showed them where he took it out from the bank, and he was buying some car, so he was okay. So the dog did smell the money, right? So that's okay. That's just, we'll consider that normal. But the dog came over to me, and I was carrying about 600 or 700 euros, and the rest was like credit cards and stuff. And he just gave me a sniff, and he said, "You're okay." So then I said to the guy, I said, how come? I said he didn't kind of bark then. I said he barked with the other guy. I said, I am carrying money. I said, do you want to see it? No, he said, it's okay. The dog passed you. I said, how come? I said, he didn't bark with me. He said, he knows how much money you have. I said, you're not serious. Yeah, but they can tell by the smell how much is there. You know what I mean? So I looked at him and I started laughing. I said, can he tell me the currency it's in? And he just looked back at me and he started laughing. But amazing, Crazy amazing, yeah. I think the average dog is something, is it 400 or 4,000 times better than a human? I do know the best dog for the sniffer thing would be the US dog, the bloodhound. Those ones you'd see in the movies they would use to track down escaped prisoners and stuff. Those dogs with the really kind of grumpy faces. What are they called? Bloodhounds, isn't it? I think they have the best smell. It's crazy, yeah. Yeah. Well, all dogs can be a bit silly. Yeah, bloodhounds, yeah. They're cute, but they're still kind of ugly. Absolutely, really nice doggos. Yeah, they've been over the centuries. They've been selectively bred, but I think they are the best tracking dogs, bar none, in the world. Yeah, yeah, they are. But I think even the average dog would have a crazy sense of smell. Something weird happened to me as well a long time ago with my doggo. Hmm. Hmm. Well, it's all kind of subjective, really. I like all doggos and all animals, you know. When I say ugly, I mean, let's say, maybe not as pleasing to the eye, maybe as other, but they all have their traits and personalities. All wonderful creatures. But yeah, I had a dog, and he was an evil little guy. But he hated everyone except me and my family. Even a bird couldn't land, he was barking at it, and any stranger, anyone. But I do remember my brother came to visit. He was living in the UK at the time, and it was the first time ever visiting while I had that dog. And he just walked into the house, and the dog literally did zero, nothing. He just walked over, smelled him, jumped up, looked for a pet, and walked back. And I said, that's impossible. I'd never seen that dog do that, except with people he knew in the family. And then I realised, he must have literally smelling the DNA. I think his sense of smell was so good that, that he knew he was some kind of relation to the family. It's the only way I could make logical sense of it. So how's that, guys, for a sense of smell? Yeah, I keep thinking of that from time to time. That dog was super intelligent, even though he was grumpy. That guy could open doors. Hmm. Oh, Jabba the Hutt, yeah. But I did see some tests we're doing where they started another program. That was about 10, 20 years ago, and I haven't heard anything since. Where they were testing dogs, tracking down diseases and stuff. But I don't know why they didn't pursue it. It sounded like a good idea. Oh, we're not exactly getting what we want. We still have,
Product received.
a use for those, but I'm much more interested in the other stuff. And we're wasting our time with this guy. We've already got the 16 thingies. Oh, that's rubbish. Oh, hang on. If he needs oxygen, more kind of sodium. No, it's just cash you get for that. The last thing I need is more cash. That's what's starting to become grindy. It was coming across a lot of the storage modules, but not so much lately. And this is the junk I want to sell. But okay, let's keep going. I'm sure we'll eventually find something interesting. And they can't use it because things were dying. You're kind of reminding me. I remember I said where this company claims that they can extend the life of a doggo by about 3-4 years if they're a heavier doggo and older. You know, that's kind of branching into something. But if, let's say, in the next decade or even in the next century, they come up with some kind of medication that would, maybe prolong your life by 10 or 20 years, do you think by any chance we'll be getting that? Nah. Nah. The top 5% and the billionaires will be getting that. They'll be living to 300 years of age, while the rest of us will all be dying off at 50. Be something like from a sci-fi movie. Yeah. Yeah, elites only. And even if it only cost a couple of dollars to make, it would run into the millions. That's one thing, and that's always happened with pharmaceutical companies. They've always prioritized profit over life. To a really disgusting extent in some cases. But it's a true window into how people, I think, can be. How bad they can be. It's a classic example of greed. Absolutely. Possible. Anything's possible. Highly unlikely, but possible. Yeah, they're pretty old, some of them. But in that sense, I think they're just too stubborn to die, right? To be honest. I think they're too stubborn to die. We'll just mess about here for a while. I'm just here mostly to chat anyway. This is an old thing we'll do on the side. Yeah. We're looking... To be honest, I'm not convinced about these pirate systems. being a good spot to farm S's, to be honest. From what I've seen so far, anyway, they seem to be pretty, pretty dim. And they're hard to find. Here, we'll just try a few of these randomly. I better concentrate. Oh, I'm forgetting to check for the little quest as well we were looking for. We'll start taking out a few of those. Yeah, but apparently that's only a 2% chance. Everyone has been saying a pirate system is a 5% chance, and that's a biggie. You know, the only downside, apparently, they said about a pirate system is it might have less technology and storage slots, but that's not a problem. I've got a ton of stuff to fix that. But yeah, I've been trying a lot of those. But I've got a better range and variety, to be honest. I'm going to start trying it later. Just want to burn out... I just want to burn out... and basically, I just want to see the stats, to be honest. For something to do. You know? Oh, we're just looking for a type of ship that I would like. You know? But, everyone was saying there's a 5% chance on a pirate system. But to be honest, from the results I've been getting, it doesn't seem that way. But it's just something for me to do, you know? I'm not really bothered either way, but as we're playing the game, we might as well. But I do know if I did find a ship I liked, I'd prefer to be looking for it in a 5% chance than a 2. You're talking about 150% more of a chance. That's gotta be good. Like a personal ship, yeah. I was looking for a nice, small, kind of stylish Sentinel. Would be nice. Hopefully something that doesn't burn my eyes in yellow or orange. Now, I could Google it and find a nice one, but where's the fun in that? You know, I just want to discover it myself. I've taken a few with a horrible colour and I've scrapped them in the seas. But I've seen them, yeah. And I do know that I can upgrade them. But again, where's the fun in that? But if I don't find one, it doesn't bother me that much. It's just something for me to do. It's like when I eventually get it and I say, I've beaten it, I've got it, you know? I've seen some with the dragonfly wings, yeah. Oh, who's JT? Oh, you mean Justin Trudeau? Yeah, Justin Trudeau. Yeah. Oh, so you don't like him? The new guy, yeah. I've seen a bit. I don't know if he's Irish. It's the first I've heard. But I do know he's an economist and he's a very, very distinguished guy. I do remember reading a bit about him. I do know he was the only guy ever to lead the Bank of England that was not English. I do know that he worked in the Canadian government and he helped out a lot during the Goldman Sachs fiasco in 2008, wasn't it? But I do know he's a very, very accomplished economist. Yeah, an Sentlin. I am, yeah. But no, I don't really know much about him, to be honest. Yeah. It all depends. It's pretty much like what you need from a PM. So, like, you know, during war, let's say in the UK, definitely Britain needed Winston Churchill. He was the right man for the job, but once the war was over, they kicked him out quite quick. So it all depends on what problems you're facing, but again, I don't know much about him. But if you're faced with a situation where your economy is at threat, well, an economist seems to be, you know, a good pick. But I'm sure no matter who gets into government, you'll get some people that approve and, some that disapprove, and that's okay. I think getting the absolute perfect guy in any job would be almost impossible. Okay, someone tried telling me that Canada is still somewhere, kind of, as far as I know. I don't know much about it, but I do know it's still part of the British Commonwealth, isn't it? But only in name, right? It doesn't pay any taxes, or the British government or King Charles wouldn't have any say. It's just like a kind of figurehead, like a flag kind of a thing, you know? But I don't know if there's any legal or constitutional ties. I think it's more of a kind of a figurehead thing. Yeah. Yeah. This is pretty reminiscent of the UK in the early 1940s, to be honest, where Winston Churchill got in because they thought they needed, a different kind of guy, you know. But what do I know, guys? I don't know much about the situation there. I'm not sure. That's something I never really looked into. But I do know Britain can't impose taxes here, surely, or you don't have to pay some kind of tribute, or I'm nearly sure it's more of a kind of a figurehead thing, and I'm pretty sure you've got Charles on the coins there in some way, aren't you? But Canada can choose to leave that, if they want to. But I think it's more of a kind of a tradition now, isn't it? Part of the culture. I don't think they would be beholden to the UK in any way. The same way, let's say, well, Scotland and Wales would be more so, especially with their economies tied. But they could leave as well, through popular vote at any time. Oh, hi, Fun Mum. And thanks for following. Appreciate it. Did you make a new tag? Oh, you forgot to follow. No problem. And how have you been? To be honest, guys, I don't know much about the system in Canada, or, just little bits and pieces I've seen here and there. So, I wouldn't really know. But I don't think you've got any obligation to the Crown, to be honest. As far as I knew, and I could be 100% wrong, I think it's more of a kind of a figurehead kind of thing, a kind of traditional thing. I'm not sure, to be honest. They're still rolling out, yeah. Yeah, it's like, do you know where basically you have the Queen of England, right? Now she's in England, and she has no control over politics. She's got no control over zero. She's just a figurehead. But the British government would pay her every year. Yeah? And she's got a lot of land there and all of that stuff, right? So she's just a figurehead. Now, if Charles is just a figurehead in Canada, but Canada doesn't contribute towards his wealth, but I think the UK does. So he's just a figurehead, and whatever way you look at it, it's nothing got to do with Parliament. He can't make any decisions, he can't impose any taxes, and he can't make any laws. So it's just a kind of, that kind of thing. Yeah, But I'm sure, Charles can't do anything in the UK, and if he can't do anything in the UK, definitely can't do anything in Canada. It's possible that a word from Charles could, sway an opinion either way. But then again, it's possible for a reality TV star or an actor or an actress in the same way. So, I think that's pretty acceptable. You know, the same way you could get a pop star could say something that could, sway opinion. That's just, a kind of a social thing. No, I don't think so. It's just a tradition, yeah. It's not a biggie. And if you want to keep that tradition, that's perfectly fine. You know. You would imagine. Yeah. Yeah. But I think after the French-British Indian Wars, I think it kind of went sideways, didn't it, for the French during that? Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of history there in that. Yeah. See, and this can be this I can see as a problem, to be honest. Starting from the founding of the colonies from the British, where you've got the US into 50 states, and even though it's one country, they have their own laws and stuff. And I think here we have got our own counties, but it's all under the same law. I think when that happens, when you've got a system, let's say, where you're in the same country and whatever the case may be, and you've got different laws and different systems, it tends to, how could I put this? It tends to make, other provinces more like other countries, where it's a kind of us against them kind of thing, you know, kind of like the EU in a sense, I've always found that. It does. It creates division. You know. Um, the only way to solve that, well, I know why it happened in the U.S. Because to get all of the colonies to sign on to fight the British during the War of Independence, they all had demands. They wanted this, they wanted that, they wanted everything. So the most pressing matter was to get the British out. So, they did come to a compromise. But basically, it was just a collection of colonies, much like you could consider the EU to be. Now, over time, obviously, it is a country. But, having different laws and kind of looking at people from your own country as a bit of an outsider, yeah, it does cause a bit of division. If a century ago, if all of the laws were all synced together across the states, after a couple of generations, that would have been brought. I think it would have bringing them together a bit closer. When one law is passed, it's across all states. You know. Yeah, yeah. But the problem with having your, let's say, with having your country into several sections with its own laws, it's more like a kind of combination of allied countries, and we know how that works out. Tell me any time in history where countries allied together, where they stayed together all the time. It's kind of like a marriage in a sense, you know. But it does create division, where some people might not consider their neighbouring state to be, like them, or, you know, as even maybe a fellow citizen. I suppose. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Well, I always assumed it was to get everyone on board in the US during the War of Independence. That was a crazy time. But I do know, especially in the South, I had to make a lot of concessions. And I do know after the Civil War, there was a lot of concessions made by the North to the South. I think one would have been the electoral college, you know. So the southern states would get more representation. I think that was part of the deal. That's what I remember from history. I could be wrong, guys. You know. Hmm. Oh yeah, I'm all for that, but I think maybe making let's say we'll take a simple thing. Let's say medical marijuana is legal in California, and let's say it's not legal in New York. I think when one law was passed, it should have been across the board. But when you get, neighboring states under different laws, I think it kind of changes things. Alaska was bought out, yeah, much like the Louisiana Purchase, wasn't it? There was two times when that happened. I think the Louisiana Purchase, and I think that was from the French, I'm not sure. And then Alaska from Russia. That was bought at a bargain price per acre. And then, of course, there was the Mexican War, so that would have been California. That would have been part of Mexico, wouldn't it? On the southern border. I think that was the only extension. The only extension the US made. Two purchases and one civil war. I think that was started because of American settlers there. And then was it General, what was his name? Oh, the Maximilian. It would have been Maximilian, yeah. Or President Maximilian, I forget what it was. I forget my history, guys. Hmm. Hmm. Well, in most countries it was, even if you go back to here, it was owned by someone else, you know. There was a certain population here, and then it was taken over about 1200 years ago by somebody else, and then, 700 years ago by someone else again. Yeah, yeah. You know, so it's complicated. There is. Colonization would be, you're taking over land in a land grab. You would, well, basically, the gist of it is, you would strip mine it. You would take everything of value from it. You would, under the guise, obviously, of being civilized, you would basically put everyone to work. You would force them to use your language, and you would profit from their pain. Yeah, and there's no easy way around it, guys. Colonization, you know. But as I said, centuries ago, this was the norm. This was considered to be the norm, you know. So all of those people are, as I said, long since gone. But that's just the way it was. Oh yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, of course you would. You'd have to do that. You know. It's all part of getting somebody under subjugate someone, you know. This is just an ordinary playbook, you know. But the reason the Romans would have been so successful, I know they were a brutal army, but a very organized and the greatest military force of its time. But when that would occupy lands, they would basically let things go on as normal, within reason. You know, they would allow religion, and they would even adopt some of the gods from that religion. You know, and they were pretty good for trade and building and that. And in the beginning, even though they took over these countries for way the wrong reason, they didn't seem too bad. You know, one could even argue that some countries are the better for it. You know, which is a stretch of the imagination. But over time, as the emperors changed, they got more evil and greedy, and they started squeezing them for taxes and committing atrocities, and like every empire, they overextended. Once they overextended too much, it all fell apart. And when that happened, then it collapsed pretty quickly. And this is the problem with any kind of empire. Or any kind of country, or you get one country that's let's say, small country, and then over a millennia they would occupy maybe 20 countries and become huge, like the British Empire in its day, and how that fell apart. Like, the Romans, like the Greeks, the Genghis Khan. That could go on forever. You know, it just doesn't work. The only way to keep a nation, I think, relatively strong, they would have to have a shared culture. This is part of the problem. I know it's totally a human thing, and I don't mean this in a prejudiced way. But when you've got a collection of land with different religions, different cultures, different expectations, and that, as somebody said there a moment ago, it does create division. And from division, over time, creates rebellion, and it all falls apart. And it's just who we are as a species. We can't seem to tolerate something a little different than we are. And it can be done for several different reasons. But it's usually something about power and money. It always goes back to money in the end. But they would use the pre-existing conditions and the worries and fears and the anger of the people to support in this. Yeah. But yeah, we've always been this. This is our natural way. So, in a sense, we have to accept this. And we've got to try and improve in it. And we've got to try and make a system where everything works, But, so far it's not that bad, guys. We've come a long way in a couple of centuries, and I hope in a few more we'll do even better. As long as we don't start to kind of slide back, that's when we're in trouble. That's where we're in trouble then. But, only time will tell. Yeah, these guys really don't have anything, do they? Well, what can we do? Not a lot. The one thing I'm looking for is that silly, and these guys have them for free if I can find them. The storage thingies. That was one for a ship. It's not bad if I get enough ships, but I'm in no rush for them so far. Okay, let's see if we can break this up a little bit and we'll pick some quests. That's something I'm gonna have to... Bulkheads, they're the ones I'm looking for. Yeah, sometimes you get to a system and they're everywhere. But, again, I'm in no rush, but I wouldn't mind collecting a few. Now, I'll tell you what I'm trying to do on this as well, Raid. Let me show you. I've maxed out most things on this. Let's say here in the Merchant School, for instance. Max. And this, I'll be working on this and all of them. And the Pirate faction. Yeah, I did as well on one of the planets. You'll get a few. You can be lucky sometimes, but it is pretty random. But it's not a biggie, man. It's just something I'm looking out for, Now, sometimes you'll get them as a reward in this. So what have we got? Yeah, this is all I've been getting so far, and they're okay, don't get me wrong. But I'm in no rush to do these, if you know what I mean. But when it gets to the stage where we're going to have to do these quests, we might as well be doing them for them. Because, even though I've got like about 100, who knows, might want to fix up a couple of ships, So, yeah. No biggie, but I will eventually have to get to them. So I'm just, having fun going around, and what I'm doing here as well is I'm kind of looking out for pilots and ships and stuff. That kind of thing. No, nothing wrong with a stockpile. We all need a little stockpile from time to time. You can do it for units, but again, where's the fun? Yeah, no real fun. It gets really expensive when you've done a few. Not that money is much of an object, but you would, even though I've got over 1.5 billion, the way I see the money going up for the slots, I'd use that in about 4 or 5 slots, I'd say, with the amount I have in from the free ones so far. So that can get restricted pretty quick. But it's a good, handy way to get rid of the cash, I suppose. You know, if it was too much of a problem. I don't really want to get into them yet, yeah. I might do the expedition when it comes up again. Yeah, it's just not my thing, you know, to be held into something that long. I'm having too much fun kind of looking around. And I'm looking for another paradise planet as well. Now, I did find one a few days ago, but ignored it. But that was the only one I found out from the one we landed on from the start. Had I known it was so rare, and I've been to like at least 300 systems. Had I known it was so rare, I would have put a temporary base there. Oh yeah, I could easily make 1 billion a day on this. But what's the point? Yeah, I'm still not that interested in them, to be honest. You know, just messing about doing this. I'm finding it amusing. You never know what you'd find on these. I want to prolong this game for a little more, and then we'll be switching to another one. You know. But I must say I did have fun on this. But I still haven't made my underwater base. And I haven't even finished the first base. There's just so much to do and it's so distracting. But I'll get to it. An expedition. Well, yeah, probably they'll send you to some interesting places. And this time around. Oh. Now, guys, would you believe it was cold a minute ago? Now it's getting quite warm. Just let me remove this. I'm wearing this kind of fluffy kind of thing here, and I just get rid of it. It's getting way too warm. Okay, let me just get rid of this. There. Now. There we go. Something's name. Oh. So, wasn't that actually weird? The first planet I was sent to, and let's say straight away, they dropped me off on a paradise planet. Starting the game. Seeing as I've been to over 300 systems and only found one since, the chances of being dropped on that planet was, I would say, at least 1,000 to 1. Well, that's the only kind of luck I've had in this game. But I was lucky again. I do know the first pirate ship. Yeah, from the start. Well, basically they drop me on a horrible planet. And you know, then they send you to get the coordinates to the ship. You know, some kind of coordinates. That was the Paradise Planet. They dropped me in the system with the Paradise Planet. And the next one they sent me to. You know, you've got to survive when you get to the plane. And then you've got to download the coordinates for the base. That was actually on the Paradise Planet. Right from the start, yeah. I thought it was common enough, guys, until I've been around. Yeah, they did. It was one of the neighbouring planets. But it dropped me in the system. And you know, when you finish that planet, it says, now you got to get information from this thing. That was the Paradise Planet they sent me to. Yeah. So they dropped me right in the system. It was just a planet right beside me. And I've been to, as I said, over 300 systems and only seen one. And I thought they were common, so I didn't mark it. And I haven't found one since. So I would say there's about every 500 systems at best. Paradise Titan. Nice. This one was right behind, which they always seem to be, right behind the station. And the station always seems to be facing them for some reason, which can be inconvenient sometimes. let's just go out far and we'll see. I'm still not sold on this 5%, guys, on a pirate system with these spawns, because I've been to almost 20 systems and I got a wreck from each one, and every single one of them have been seized. Unless the first ship you get is guaranteed to be a sea, if there's some kind of system in play. Let's just have a quick look here. And I'll just pick one at random if we don't get what we want. Here, we'll go to this one. I know we're lucky and we find a bulkhead. Usually the few the neighbouring ones will have them. I'm not sure, actually. Yeah. Oh, we'll check it in a moment after I do this one. I didn't even know they were color-coded. I'm not sure. I've only seen one. I didn't even give it a second glance out from the one I'm on. Well, I'm pretty much done with the Atlas as well. I've been holding back on it. All I've got to do now is turn on or off the machine or something. Reset the machine. I'm at that part in the story. There, I'll show you what I've done. That's the only thing I've left, the purge. And all the space anomaly says is reset the simulation. And the purge said locate and enter the portal. And this is just an endless quest. It's called Atlas Eternal. Yeah. So I'm not sure if I've done it. Yeah, not interested. Not for a while. I've just got too much to do. If I race forward too much in this, I'll lose interest in the game, guys. I tend to do that, you know. So what I wanted to do was concentrate on the freighter. But what we'll do is I'll start doing a few quests in a moment. I just can be a bit stubborn when I'm doing this. Probably not, I'm not sure. There's a bulkhead, guys, you see it? So in this system there should be a few more. Yeah, so we'll stick around here with the... Usually in the neighbouring planets systems we'll get a few more. That's what I've been looking for, the bulkheads. We'll check for a few quests. But I've been kind of greedy. I'm trying to pick the quests that'll give me stuff I want, but... You know, we have to maybe change our little tactics in a moment and just try and get some of this junk out of the way so we can kind of finish with them. But sometimes you'll get them. You see, this is all rubbish. Repair a damaged item, faulty machinery, kill 320 cards, collect 250 pyrite. Yeah, well, we'll have to do those quests eventually. And what's this one for? This is a keen mission. Okay, this is what we'll do. Every time we'll land on one of these guys, we'll at least do one of their quests. That's the way we'll work it. So that will break it up a bit. Oh, so when the purge is finished, it goes on. Then you get to the proper system line. Yeah. So that's what we'll do. So we'll pick one of these. What I want to check here, I just want to max these out. It's just the way I do things. So, which guild is it for? Any one of these guilds, really. I could do it doing some more quests. Was that for a guild or was it just for standing? Because I've got too much standing. No, that's just for... No. See, this is the ones I want. The merchants, explorers, and mercenaries. The final piece. No, I'm not interested. I don't want them to send me to a planet. I want it to be over quite quick. So we'll just have a look and we'll find something we need. One of your favorite lines. I'm kind of looking forward to doing it, but I've still got a lot I want to do with building. And I know if I do that now, it's kind of last end of the game. I'll totally lose interest in this. But you know how I love to grind on games, guys, so. Plus, I actually like exploring on this, which is more than I can say for Starfield. I found a way around that bug rate as well. On the pirate ships not giving me upgrades. I found that if I take out the engines and then wait till they destroy the fleet carrier thing and then take out the shields, I'm almost guaranteed every time to get an upgrade, and it's the only way it seems to be working. I think the bug might be once you get a reward, the payment from the fleet, it cancels out the upgrade. It's gotta be. But if I save the fleet, I have no chance of getting it. Now, granted, you'll get a few duplicates now and again, but the only way to do it. Oh yeah, everyone has a different way of playing. It would be pretty a dull world indeed if we all did exactly the same thing. In a flyer prize system. It would be nice. But have you seen the other games that I play? I just love to go around and just keep going to new places. And kind of finishing everything. There you go. As I said, once you find one and you kind of stick to the systems, you have a better chance. You know, to the closer systems. Hi Lars. And how have you been? Good, good. So, what have you been up to? And how have you been keeping? Well, I hope. No, I'm notorious for taking my time on these ones. It's just a thing I have. It keeps me interested. But especially on my first playthrough, I would try and get all of the little things done, and then I'll move into the expeditions, and after the expeditions then go and finish the game. And not before building my little bases. Oh, we forgot to go back to our settlement as well to get that one finished. But do you know what I found what's not happening so much now? I've seen a ton of exotics and now not so much. And strangely enough, they seem to turn up on a 2-star system a lot more than a 3. That's just been my experience. Since 2017. Nice. It seems to be slightly buggy on mine. The only way I can seem to get the upgrade now is to let them finish with the freighter. Well, obviously take out the engines so they don't get away, and then take out the shields. The second they surrender, then I've got like a 99% chance of getting an upgrade. And I have 0 chance if I save the fleet. Or if I change that kind of procedure. But it's been working for me. Like, I did 9 in a row, guys, for nothing. Got 0. So then I thought I'd just take out the engines, and I waited till they took out the fleet. And then I took out the force field thingy, and I got the upgrade. Now, if it's some kind of bug, the only way I can make logical sense is once I get that reward for saving the freighter, well, I'm only getting 1 reward. The second reward is bugged. Who knows? Yeah. I have been getting it. Yeah. I've been getting it, well, 3 times in a row. I've been getting it 3 times in a row since I did that. I know it's still not enough to, you know, to draw any kind of conclusion from it. But I did it the other way 9 times in a row and got 0. You know, I think the reason you don't get it in every fight, I think maybe if it's maybe a similar upgrade or something. But I just did one when we came in. It should be on the stream. You'll find the VOD. We went in, we got one straight away. But yeah, I think it's about every 3 hours I get an opportunity to do that. But there's one thing I do in common with that as well. I always seem to be jumping to a pirate system. I don't know if that makes a difference. But yeah, I'm assuming that, you know, some of them, regardless, I won't get any upgrades. But it's been working quite well this way. Maybe the bug is I'm getting it every time. Well, I jump hundreds of times in 3 hours. Well, a lot in 3 hours, so yeah. But it's been roughly about every 3 hours, yeah. Every warp is a fight. Nice. Oh yeah, we didn't check. Did we check the guys here? I'm kind of cherry picking these, but we'll see. This is the most I did get one of these. It was giving me exactly what I wanted. So, okay guys, we'll try 2 more and then we'll start picking those quests no matter what. And I've still forgot to do the settlement thing. I don't know what's the point of that settlement thing either. But I do find that if you find one of those bulkheads, if you stick to the systems nearby, I seem to be giving them out again. And farm them, yeah. It's not... No, I've got enough to do me. It's just something to do. I don't know, it might be something got to do with every game being different, I suppose. You know, one guy might have problems and they need to find a way around a little different than another guy. It'd be normal with some games. Now, I had to sell one because it was exactly the same as the other and it wouldn't fit, but here's what we got in the freighter. That's a decent amount of upgrades. I did put in one for 20. I had one for 16, so it was overloaded. So I took out the one for 16 and put in the one for 20. So, you know, obviously we'll get some duplicates from time to time. Probably some better than others. Everything depends on that, doesn't it? I just take them out whenever I see them, but no, I didn't build a farm around them and wait till they're respawned and that. All of these nanites you see here that I have, they're all from selling the mods I've been collecting. And, well, a few have been from that, but not much. But mostly from discovering stuff. I've done a lot of scanning. A ton of scanning. But I've nothing really to spend them on. Maybe eventually when I'm upgrading the... Oh, we've run out of them. We're upgrading the pilots, but... out from that, not much. But yeah, I haven't seen an exotic ship in a long time. And you're wasting your time looking for a decent gun on these stations. It's ridiculous. No, not yet. Not yet. Oh yeah, we said we're gonna have to take these quests now one way or another. So any one of the three factions. God, look at this. Oh, here's one. Well, at least it's, yeah, okay, we'll do this. It's not what I want, but still, it's some kind of reward, I suppose. So, this is Explorers. Yeah, okay. Locate a missing person. No, I don't want any of that. We'll do at least one in every station from now on. Out from the exotics, the explorers, the solars are probably the... I've seen a nest a few times. But, you know, why would I want them? Collect 100k more and more, then take it to a ship where they have 20 refiners. Yeah, that kind of farming. No, that wouldn't interest me. Yeah, it is kind of abusing the system, but no, if that's the way they want to play, so be it. But yeah, no, it wouldn't be me. Some of them look, well, they're definitely a different design. Oh, you mean fast travelling away and coming back and yeah, that is abusing the system. But if that's the way they want to play, so be it. But it would kind of take the fun out of it for me. Actually, when I went on... Oh yeah, I'm only 200... I'm only 200 quicksilver away from buying that egg, guys. So we should be able to start that living ship. Probably on the next stream tomorrow. God, this is a horrible little planet, isn't it? It's an extreme planet. What can we do? This will go towards my achievement. There's another achievement as well I want to get. I'd say it is, yeah. I'd say it is. But hopefully it won't distract us too much. I think I heard someone saying it takes a couple of days or something to do. We have to do a little thing and then come back in 24 hours or something. But I still want my S-class Sentinel. I have an A-class. I know by using nanites that I'm not using, I could easily upgrade it. But where, as I said, where's the fun in that? But there's always an option. Probably, yeah. I don't know what way it's gonna go, but... Oh, there it is there. That looks like the one they want me to photograph there. Yeah, that's the one. I've been trying to max out all of the small stuff and then move on. That's the way I would usually work. Because if I don't do it, if I do too much of the main quest, I lose interest. And it's kind of fun. It allows me to play the game a little longer and, you know, first playthrough and everything. But if I was ever playing this again, no, that wouldn't be a thing. And let's take a decent photograph of that. How do you take screenshot? No, hang on. How do we take the photograph again? save. Hang on. Oh, we took it. We took it.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Okay. Now let's see what's up here. Yeah, we can't... I don't know what the story is with that, to be honest. I can't get any quests from that. It's always something, I suppose, yeah. Now, we're only wasting time taking words. We've already done that, so we'll have to waste a little bit of time with this. We'll be on the same planet. It'll be quick enough to get there. We'll take it out real quick. So to break it up, we'll have to accept maybe one quest every time we kind of pull in. That should break it up a little bit, and I'll eventually get the quests I need done for the factions. Just want to max them out to a highest medal thing. I've got pretty much everything else done. Oy, oy, oy. Guys, I cannot believe I've been on 4 hours. 4 hours in this game, it only feels like an hour. Not many games you'll play where you'll get that. Oh, really? Oh, to start a new save. Do they for the expeditions? Ah. That's a pity. I wonder why. Oh yeah. There it is there. Oh, I'll take the keys as well because I can give them to those guys. To be honest, I thought there was no use for the extra keys, but you can donate them. And another thing I think why they put so many in, some of the keys are actually unreachable. It's rare, but it happens. So that would have been a problem if they only gave the exact amount of keys. You know? It is, yeah. Yeah. But I've always been into the exploring, to be honest. Always. That's all I want to do, really. You know, just kill some time and chat, and that's all good. Yeah. Well, most of these are really these kind of survival games. Valheim can be a bit stressful sometimes, because they push the boss thing a bit much on that. But then again, it was meant to be a multiplayer. Playing single player and that can be tough. But still fun. Silly storms on this planet. I was considering it a few times, yeah. But I reckon it would bounce back pretty quickly. Oh, we got a new record, radiation level. Cool. We're looking good. Now. Oh. I know, I have so many nanites, guys, I can't refuse a good scan. Oh, we don't have to collect them all, but I am a sucker for doing things properly. There's one over there, we'll get that last. So twofold with the extra keys. One out of every 20 of these, one of the keys is buried too far in the map and you can't reach it, so you might wind up with 5. So that's the safeguard against that. And then the extra keys you're gonna have left over, you can actually donate them to the Explorers Guild. Pretty good system where they kind of, you know, cover their back on that possible bug. Yeah, pretty decent system. Yeah, it was well thought out. Morales were introduced. I got one, but haven't bothered since. Ah. Now, that's the end of that, guys. Now, what are we going for? Oh yeah, we've got to hand in a request, isn't it? Let's call in our ship, because I haven't got a clue where it is. There. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'm a bit too much into the scanning. But I kind of had my fill, but I will scan, you know, anything that's kind of convenient now.
Extreme radiation detected.
This is something I'll have to get out anyway, but when I'm getting it out, I want to kind of get something I can use, you know? Now, while he's going in there, I just need to quickly check on my doggos, guys, for a moment. I won't be a second. Right, there we go, we're good. Oh, I don't know. The controls on this thingy, I think they're starting to give up on me again. Not surprised. This controller is a massive 2 months old. Yeah. It's just they're getting quite old now, so I keep a check on them. But Toby just straight away, but it was a little bit warm from, so he was closer to the door, you know, where there was a bit of a breeze, probably coming in from beneath the door. But I like to check on them when they're out of my sight. But usually they'll sleep for a long time, but I noticed he was missing. Oh, we just did that, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Okay, we've got to hand in the quest. Yeah, but they're perfectly fine, thank you, Randy. If I can finish with the guild here, the guilds, I can really kind of get into this. But what I wanted to do was to do these and kind of, get stuff I want as well. There we go. And in the meantime, I'm still kind of looking for my ships and my pilots. Oh, the stupid settlement. This will only take a minute. And then we can come straight back here. Oh, it's uncomfortably warm here, guys. It's very humid. I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get more of a headway on finding a Sentinel ship. The colors and designs are kind of underwhelming, you know. Same, the weather where you are, yeah. Kind of hard to breathe, to be honest. This is really kind of rainy, warm kind of country. Very, very humid. Now you're talking about a small island, guys, where it always rains. So, you're going to get a lot of that. Oh, minus 25. No. It's I think about 3 above here. Yeah, big difference in the temperature. But it doesn't matter what the temperature is, we always seem to get this kind of muggy kind of, kind of atmosphere. Oh, lovely, look at that. Oh, I like that. I like that. That's what I like to see. About time it's coming in. Ooh, 78 citizens. I'm in the green for the first time ever. Do you know how hard that is to get? That's beautiful. Now let me see. That's it. We're good. Right, let's go back. Oh, had I known that was waiting for me, I would have been here a lot sooner. No, I think you'd have to max out what I'm thinking, you'd have to max out the settlers. Max out the settlers and the cash and the expenses, I suppose. But I've been at A for a long time. In a day. Oh, that was very, I'd imagine so, yeah. We had in January about a 1/4 inch of snow that on the roads evaporated pretty quick, but on the grass it was just a tiny smattering of it. But it was cold enough to hold it for about a day and a half, and that was it. That was the worst snowfall I've seen in decades. You know. You'll never freeze to death here anyway, I'll say that. I rarely have to put my heating on here. Very rarely. But anyway, to be honest, naturally I like it a little bit on the cold side. But, then I've been here for over half a century, so... I would be kind of used to that. It is. Raid. Yeah, I have to admit, it's been badly implemented, I can understand it's a nice little distraction here and there, but the way they do the buildings and the way that is, and there's a good few bugs that I had to find my way around as well. I'm surprised they didn't update it. It's a pity. I can see it appeal to some people. As a little kind of side distraction, it's not bad. especially when the building is happening. But you know, getting you to make 3 pads and 3 shops the same and all of that stuff, and you can't get a chance to get settlers in, and every time you send them out on a quest, you're guaranteed to lose too. I think, you know, maybe that's not the way to go. But yeah, I think everyone is having that problem. Every quest you send them out and you're guaranteed to get 2. They don't get replaced, and it's very rare you get a chance to get anyone in, whether it's some guy that wants to come in and he adds to your settlement, or that once in a million shot I got there where you can do the housing tech and get 4 settlers. That, I think I've only got that 3 times so far. Mine is as well. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but you know, with a few minor changes it could have been so much better. Now, maybe it's configured in a way where I can change it, I suppose. But who knows? Now, we'll just go to these random ones. Because we're picking out the quest now, it doesn't really matter. And if we see anything that's like, I'll still stick with the pirate dissident systems for a while. Just because I've put a good bit into them. But I get the feeling the 3-star system, even though apparently it has a lower chance, seems to be coming up with the best results. Oh, we'll pick a little quest from each one, just to break this a little bit. Anyway, we have to get them done. It might as well be this way. Ley laps. Oh, that, yeah, I've got them in my inventory somewhere. That little, yeah, from the settlement. That wasn't too bad from that. But I was delighted to know that he wouldn't be hanging around all the time. You could hold him in your inventory. I thought that was quite cool. No, I just have him in my inventory here. There he is, there. Rex, come on. Enough. Ah, not what I wanted, but we'll take it. You know what they say, beggars can't be choosers. Don't ask me why I'm collecting that. Yeah, I'm not checking those anymore, guys. It's useless. Now, we'll give it a few seconds, but usually within the first 5 or 6 ships, you know, if somebody doesn't come in, they ain't coming in. But after going through about 300 plus stations, in this playthrough with my experience, I've gotten way more exotic ship sightings than the so-called 3-star systems. And I'm almost sure, if not once, twice, I've seen a traveller pilot. And now that I'm looking for one, I just can't seem to find one. Isn't that always the case? I'm nearly sure I met one on a station and one on a freighter. Some of them, yeah. Some of them can be slightly better. Yeah, well, that's a washout. Now, give me something interesting, something I want. Well, all of it is pretty rubbish. What's an anonymous donut, guys? But that's just for standing. I'm not interested in those. I'm only after these guys. So, yeah, okay, we'll do something for the mercenaries, guys. Yeah, this is easy enough, even though we don't want that. We did say we'd take one of these out, because we're going to have to do the missions anyway. Yeah, this will be quick. Quick. You see what I'm trying to max out here? I'll just show you. You see these? I've got everything else maxed. So there's quite a few. But I'm doing a lot of searching anyway, so if I pick one of these on every one, I should be good. That's a nice color, guys, isn't it? What is it with yellow in this game? And orange. Probably, I would say so, yeah. Most likely. Yeah, let me get a new lighter. These cheap disposable lighters are horrible. Ching ching, yeah? But, like all games, you know, when it gets to a certain stage in this game, money is not a problem, even nanites. Well, this will be nice and quick. Oh, it's this thing. Okay. I've got so much tech on this ship, it doesn't really matter anymore. I get very little damage. Which is okay with me. I'm not really in this for the combat. Stick with this guy now. He's just too slippery. I hate it when they recharge their shields. You know what I mean? Okay, he can get away anyway. That's it. I think that's the one we want. There. Oh, hang on, there's another guy. Well, you can stick with him a little bit better than using the auto tracking bit. You're lucky you'll be able to get one of the turns in. Not that time. He lose this idiot for too long, he'll regenerate his shields. And those pilots I have done, I think they're just aesthetic. They're not really helping. That it? Yeah. No, not. Why are they all coming at us? Get me bugged out now. This battle was a little bit longer than I expected. Ah, come on. Really, it's ridiculous. Bring it on, yeah? Oh, we're getting a ton of junk, but who needs it, really? I'd say about time. That was a bit longer than I expected, to be honest. Right, let's get back and get our reward. Yeah, it's kind of nice to have the pilots here, even if it's just for moral support. Of the shields, yeah. So we'll try and take at least one quest with every station we dock at, just to get them out of the way. It breaks it up a bit. And because it's something I want to finish before I go on to the other things. And we have the chance of obviously getting this stuff for the freighter as well. The other thing I want to finish. No, there's nothing I want there. And when I was looking for those, I couldn't get them. Yeah. Actually, when I was looking for those, I couldn't get them. Strange too, isn't it? Yeah, you probably could turn them off. I never really checked. There. Access it. Well, that's for sale anyway. And that's for sale. I'll check the S later, but I'm wasting my time, to be honest. And I'll show you how I check the S. There's two of them here to check, actually. There's an X as well. I'll check that guy. Yeah, I'll show you how I'll quickly do that before we move on. But I can tell you they're pretty much rubbish before we start. That's what. Hyperdrive. Systems. Okay, both of them we can check. Tell me that's not a gun. No, okay, it is a gun. I can reload and you know, they're worth nothing once you check them out, which I think it's kind of silly they shouldn't have doing that. Now let's check these modules. Now this is not over 253, it's no good. No, so that's useless anyway for starters. No, that's horrible. So that's two of them gone. Let's check that guy. Might be lucky with this guy, aren't we? No, that's rubbish. Where's my pulse splitter? There it is, there. That's about the worst of them we have. What's that, 20? That's just 20, and that's what, 12? Nah. Nah. Okay, all three are useless. So I'll just load this up. And we'll push them out of the way. Get them out of the way. Yeah, the yellow submarine. Horrible colour. But I do like the design. Newer save. I'm getting them all the time and I don't want them. You're better off just going around to the stations once you max out the standing on a faction. But it all depends on how much time I suppose you want to put into it. But I've got a ton of them. It's a pity I couldn't give them to you. I don't need them anymore. Probably. Yeah, I've got them all just for fun. Yeah, they're all in there. Just for the fun of it. What's that? Well, that's used for trading. That's going as well. Probably. One of every single weapon system. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's rubbish. What's that one from again, guys? Yeah, that needs to be sold. There, we're ready to go. Nothing here. Right, let's go. Yeah, basically, everything is in that one. I'm going to switch it back to the other weapon after. Because it's not on the best weapon. I didn't have time to do it yet. I'm looking for a decent scanning one, but I've not been lucky. Let's have a quick look again for another one of those pirate systems that we can actually, you know, look for a ship. God, I didn't think it was going to be so hard to even... Ah, there it is, guys. We can try this one. Now, it's supposed to be a 5% drop. I can almost guarantee you this will be a sea ship. That's providing there is a ship here. But these are getting like hen's teeth to find. Oh, now let's see again if we can get this. We'll see if we can get this module again. But I find my best chance to get that module is doing it kind of silly like this. Well, obviously taking the engines out. We get rid of the engines first. I used to do this with first-person view, and it's almost impossible to see what you're doing. I know it's not as immersive with this view, but much easier to handle the ship. Trying to tell one end of this ship from another is always a pain, but here it is. So I don't touch the guns at all. I come in here like this, and I'll just take out one side here, and then I'll wait for them to finish off the freighter. But I think if I do have a bug, it's once I get a reward I won't get another one. But I'm guaranteed, if I get a reward from the freighter, not to get an upgrade. I was experimenting around with it. But in my save on this time, I'm almost sure the odds are much better. Now, it might have been coincidence, but it's a lot of coincidence. I did 9 the other way without an upgrade, and the last 3 I did. This way, I got an upgrade each time. But yeah, it's possible it's coincidence. Unfortunately, I have to let the freighter go down. But you don't really get much, just some cash you don't need, you know. But I feel a little bit guilty, but whatever. They'll have to live with it, I'm afraid. So we gotta wait till they get rid of the other one, and we'll just wait on this one. We'll be all set. That takes a few seconds after they surrender. And if it is, I'm gonna get it, I should get it then. Yeah, we can take out one, I suppose. Now, all we gotta do now is wait for those poor guys to go down. No, with me, let's say to collect better things is just because, you know? Because they are better. Yeah, the money thing has nothing got to do with it, especially at this stage. Oh, that's it, it's defeated. Okay, we can try it now. Okay, let's see if this works. The civilian fleet is down. Well, we've got to make sure even when they surrender to get the last one. Now we just wait. Just wait, guys, for a few seconds and we'd see. Will this be number 4 in a row? Knowing my luck for spite. There it is. You see that? We got it. That's 4 times in a row this worked. 9 times in a row the other time it did not work. I think that's got to be a little bit more than coincidence. But the ship has to go down. The other ship has to go down, and there it is. As for trading, that one. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm using an exploit. I don't know. But I assumed every time you knock one of these out, you have to get one of these. Well, everyone would have one. So I'm assuming that all I'm doing is fixing a kind of bug that's here. That's what I like to think, anyway. But that seems to work. Take out the 4 engines, take out one side of that, wait till the freighter goes, and then take out the other one. And I get the feeling it'll work every time. Yeah. Well, they disappear anyway at all. You get a 700,000 money that you don't need. But I think if there is a bug in this, it's once you get... It only allows you 1 reward. So if you missed a reward from the fleet, the reward you get, let's say the next one up, would be the thingy. But I definitely think it's a bug, because before I was saving the fleet and I was still getting this, and then it just stopped. So I think it's a bug. Well, it's not a biggie. No, we can still collect, what, 7 or 8 million that we don't need, but just to shut this guy up, we'll collect his money out. Now, what I've found doing it this way, every time the freighter is guaranteed to be as a C. Oh, it's not a bug, it's a way to play it. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I just wasn't sure. Because in the beginning, I was taking out the engines, then taking out the guns, saving the fleet, getting paid from the fleet, and then I would automatically, I would get an upgrade. This happened 3-4 times in a row, and then for the next 9, I got 0. I just got the reward from the fleet and the ransom from the ship. Or if I blew up the ship, I didn't get any reward for doing it. So once I changed my tactics, now I seem to be getting one every time. But maybe that's the system if you do it this way. Well, then you're limited then to 1 reward. If that's the case. If you miss a reward from the freighter, you're guaranteed to get the upgrade, I suppose. Maybe. I haven't really been playing this long enough. If I played it on a different save, you know, maybe in the beginning and that, I could kind of compare it with something. But I just got this through a little bit of experimentation, and it seems to be working. But I did take out 9 of these in a row, guys. By first of all taking out the engines, then the guns, saving the fleet, getting paid from the fleet. They would surrender. 0 upgrade. You know, even when I got the ransom, or even if I blew up the ship without even landing on it. But maybe it's the system, where you have a choice maybe of doing it one way or the other. But in the beginning, yeah, it used to work out. I could save the fleet and get the upgrade, but then that stopped for 9 times in a row. So that's a lot of guys to be taking out and getting no reward for. Yeah, it kind of put me off of even doing these. Where is that silly thing? Oh, I think it's on this center one, isn't it? There it is. I do this on derelict freighters. If you get there an S module, you get all the time in this star system. You'll get it all the time. Oh, so it just might have been sheer luck. Possible. As I said, I really have nothing to compare it to. You know, a past playthrough or, you know. But let's say, you know, one system in particular, I scored a lot of S's, and then 9 times in a row I got 0. Maybe the getting 0 9 times in a row was something a bit glitchy. I thought that was strange. What I should have doing with that, it's too late now, I've landed, is to kind of reload and go to this system again. I have to find a system with an S derelict, really? Oh. Huh. Strange. Really? Yeah. Well, I didn't do any derelicts here. I've only done one derelict, guys, since we started, and you've seen that one. And that was horrible stuff from that. But I don't know, I've got a ton of these here, as you can see on the freighter. But since I've been doing it this way, every one of these ships, guys, is guaranteed to be a C. Surely that's not common. Because before I was getting C's, but I was getting B's, and I was getting the odd A. But for the last almost 20 times, it's guaranteed a C. So let's see what this one is. And there we go, guys. It's a sea freighter. No, I've been doing them in all the systems. I don't think I've ever done one of these in a system twice. Yeah. So you reckon this could be an S system for a derelict? Interesting. But it's been working for me. I've only gotten S's, guys, from these. Except the 9 times that I failed in a row to get anything. Because I saved the freighter. Well, again, yeah. Definitely could be coincidence. But is it normal that every single one of these it's a C? The derelict is different, yeah. Yeah, you do that little thing and you find it. But I think the guys are saying that it seems to be that all the ones they've been getting is in a system where the S derelict is. Yeah. But for me, that doesn't seem to be the case. You know, I've never gone back to the same system twice. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, there's a few bugs on that. It reminds me a lot of, yeah, I did. It reminds me of Fallout. You remember that part where it seems like we were kind of glitching to the side? You know, like it happened in some of the buildings in Fallout. But once we did a reload, it cleared up. It wasn't too bad. And really, I don't even want to take this guy's money, but I just want to shut him up. And it still doesn't shut it up. You know, you still won't get it away till you get out of the system. Okay, let's get out of here. Now, I did find a freighter where there was none of those stupid things on it. That was kind of okay. I think I did. I think I got that thing from the Nexus mission. Another one. I might have got it from that guy, what's his face? Yeah, the guy that gives out the free ones. Nah, it just takes too much time and it makes no difference. Yeah, it kills too much time. And it doesn't make a difference once you fly out of the system, you're kind of okay anyway. I didn't spend too much time, picking up freighters. But I'll have a look at one of them anyway. Nah. They're okay. Yeah, we've got too much. Let's see. Let's have a look. These will all be combat. Now that's horrible. You see that one? But I think getting one with a combat of 21 would be the way to go on this. The fuel I've seen can go from anywhere from 2 to 6 tons. But you're kind of better off. It's more fun getting the Cs. I've already made 3 Cs into an S just sending them out. Yeah, every so often is okay. I thought I was going to be forced to do them for the upgrades, but apparently not. Whatever little problems I've been having with those guys, I seem to have sorted it out by letting the freighter get, well, get killed. But I like kind of quick missions, Doesn't tie me down too long. And the Derek will tie you down for a while. Let's see, is there anything here we like? No, not a thing we like. Okay, we'll be finishing him later anyway. Oh yeah, this is where we were going to look for the ship guys. Yeah, this is where we're looking for a ship. If I find a design that I like, I'll put down a temporary base so we can come back and farm it. But as I said, I'm still skeptical about the spawning an S here, from what I've seen. But no joking, I've done probably 3 dozen, and the best I seem to be getting, like the freighters, is a C. For some reason.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Yeah, do exactly what I did. Just see if it's just my game. Go to any system rate, just take out the 4 engines, take out one side of the force field, don't take out the other side, wait till they die, make sure you get all of the stuff out, including those little power cells. Then when they surrender, wait for a few seconds and see what you get. Yeah. No, it's just I was getting bored. I took 9 out and got nothing for it, so it was getting to the stage where I was just ignoring it, And it was a pity because I wanted to max out the upgrades. And then I said, oh my god, I'm going to be forced to do the freighters. Although the freighters are a good idea for me because I get some new building stuff sometimes. But yeah, try it that way. But I have a habit on a game I've just come on to try and figure out the mechanics and that. And I don't know, it seems to be working for me. Who knows, it might work in other games as well, but games can be pretty silly sometimes. There might be certain things that go wrong or go right in the game on a playthrough that, let's say on another one, it can't be duplicated. Looking freighter, yeah. Doesn't matter, try any, as long as it's a pirate system. But what to experiment on it anyway? It might be some kind of little glitch or bug for me, who knows?
Technology recharge.
On the first fight. I suppose it could be something got to do with me having an S freighter, I suppose. Well, we'll see. I doubt it. But I got that from my very first attack. Yeah, the very first, not weird. The very first dreadnought I came across was an S. So I suppose I was kind of lucky on that one. But I tell you, I haven't been lucky finding a half-decent ship. And it's even out from its grade. You know, even getting a half-sensible design has been a chore. I even found one of these camps once by accident. But you want to be flying pretty slow and close to the ground to see these. You know, when you're booting it, even when you're low, they're extremely hard to see. Now there's 7 of these guys I want to take. And there's a small chance of getting a module or 2. But probably the best thing for this from me would be the tainted metal thing. You know, to buy the rest of the decorations from that scrap dealer. There should be 7 of those. I get all of them. Another one. Well, the layout is the same. It should be out. There it is. Yeah, we got it. Okay, we got them all. Oh, I'm just compelled to scan these guys. Where are they? No, I won't burst my backside on this. I will scan the odd one if I can get a chance. Just to make my mark on the planet. Okay, too much time. Okay, let's see what we have. Well, that's sellable. I've got too much of those. We know what we're doing with that, don't we? Yeah, yeah. About every 400 or 500 we can buy something from that. Yeah, I just basically seen one because it was pretty close to the ship I found, and I managed to farm 2 of them there. But I've been having rotten luck with this. But strangely enough on this, guys, the very first one of these I opened was this. This S-Class Imperfect Logger Balancer. And ever since, an A was the best I could find. Again, just a strange coincidence. But trust me, I haven't been having those coincidences with the ships. With the pirate ships, yeah, the very first one was an S. On that, the very first one was an S, but been having rotten luck with the Sentinels. 4, 10, 15, okay. Well, we'll see. I'm not too bothered about the class, but it would be nice to get an S. Either way, I'll keep it no matter what it looks like. What was it, 4, 10, 15? Yeah, it was 4, 10, 15. If you're marking it, that is. Probably, yeah. No, I just like to scan at least 1 or 2 things when I'm on a planet. It's just a thing. Didn't really mean much. I wouldn't put too much stock on it, you know. Now, I don't like that you've got to go in twice to do this, which I think is a bit silly, but there we go. So, a small ship, I find they seem to be about 20% more powerful than the larger ones, with a reasonable design. I see, yeah. This is so weird, guys. They've all been C's. But we'll take it, anyway. Yeah, that's, I don't know, weird. I don't know, maybe like Fallout over a certain time, if you do too much traveling around, the game starts to kind of break down a bit. You get locked in. Could be. Oh, no problem. No problem, I know it was just a joke. But yeah, I know the sleep deprivation thing. We're all friends, me and that.
Units received.
Yeah, now that's... I know it's a bit far away, but I'm getting low on those. But yeah, I'll farm it some other time. And that is a waste of time, guys, going for that. Unless we want to kill more time, which we don't. You'll get some nice stuff sometimes, but usually it's junk. But if I've seen a few of those together, I assume there's one of these camps, and yeah. You will get camps pretty close together. It's very rare. But you will. Extremely rare. Yeah, sleep. Oh, but, you know, even before my injury, guys, I would only average about 5, and really 6 if I was lucky. You know, that was my kind of natural cycle. But since my injury, we're talking maybe 4. I suppose in extreme circumstances 5. But the problem with this is, it's broken sleep. I would sleep for about 2.5 hours, and then wake up. You know, and I have to stay up for a few hours and then do it again. Now, this is okay for maybe even a year or 2. But after that, it really does get to you. You know, the symptoms would be, well, I think your immune system takes a hit because, you know, every cold and flu that's going around, I seem to get it. And you're always tired. You are always tired. But it's either this guy's or taking, you know, some pretty serious habit-forming medication. Which, for me right now, I think is unacceptable. You know? You're talking about painkillers, some really strong ones. And you're talking about sleeping tablets. You know? Possibly, yeah. I've never tried it, but there is a form of that without the narcotic effects. I think it's called CBD. That I wouldn't mind trying. You know? Oh, it's a small ship. Is it? No. God, I hate these ships. You see these? Oh God, I hate these with a vengeance. Yeah, I hate this style of ship. This is the most common. The Flame. Yeah, I heard they're quite good. What I wanted to get was the CBD. That's the thing with no narcotic effects. You know the drops you could put in a glass of water or something. See if it would kill the pain. So if it would even cut the edge from the pain, and it has no narcotic effects, that would be definite nice, you know. This will be a C, and if I'm very lucky, a B. And there we go, guys. This is 20 in a row, that's a C. So, it's the same with the guns. Well, no, the guns can vary a bit, but it's mostly a C, but sometimes I get a B. So, I don't know, is the system your first chip on... I don't know. I think this is a weird spawning mechanic, to be honest. In the beginning now, I will get the odd B and very rarely an A. So this is why I'm skeptical about these pirate planets, guys. These pirate systems. I do know when I was doing the 3-star systems, even though there's supposed to be a 2% chance as opposed to 5, I was getting about 50-50 Bs and, well, about 45-45 Bs and Cs. And then maybe, you know, the odd A. That's just the way it's been working for me. Do I have a signal camp? No. I've just been using the Echo, guys. Yeah. The only thing I have is the kind of thing that will tell me about the buildings that's around. And you can pretty much do that from... Maybe you can track down these... I didn't really look into it that much, to be honest. But no, I don't have a signal camp. I'll show you what I have. One second while I get that one for a moment. Oh yeah, we gotta fix that. I have this thingy here. The signal booster. No, I don't have a camp. No, I've been really spreading out. No, I mean I've been really spreading out. But no. Yeah, I noticed you're gonna get the same in around a certain tight cluster. I think so, yeah. Go to a really distant spot. But I'm not too concerned about the seas and that. It's the spawning rate. But I've noticed in the 3-star systems, there seems to be more of a variant. I've been usually getting this and it's always been a C. But my first playthrough, I don't know what the mechanics are like this. I'm assuming it's normal enough. But you've seen it with the freighters. It seems to be the same. Always C's. Oh, by signal marking a camp and return to it. Oh, I get what you mean. So, yeah, if I see a ship that I think it's half reasonable, just put down a marker. I was thinking about that, but I never did because I never found a ship I liked. I was thinking about doing that if, I was wondering if they did spawn back. If I found a ship that I reasonably liked. Yeah, I wanted to put in a base, to be honest. Remember I was saying, you know, I'll put a base right beside it and just run out then and just, you know, keep doing that. But I would only do it if I could find a fighter that I wanted, you know? And I have tons of time yet. But do you remember I was saying the second I find one, I'll put down a base? So a base is just as good, isn't it? That way I can easily find my way back and I'll put in a teleporter and every so often I'll transport back and I'll eventually get the ship I want. Oh yeah, that one I kind of knew. Yeah, I thought there was some kind of system where, you know, you could, you know, maybe find other spots, but yeah, that would be the way I would do it. But before I go to that trouble, I would definitely want to find a ship I liked. Yeah. Till I get an A or an S, yeah. Yeah. But I've been kind of holding back until I see a design I like. And then I'll grind out for the S. Okay, that's weird, guys. Oh, it's the wrong one. There it is. What happened there? Oh, that's a bug, guys, isn't it? Is it possible there's no monoliths here? You see that? The strangest things have been happening. I know I'm locking myself in here. Let me just have a look at that again. If I load from here, we're in trouble. What's that? 20, so we'd have to go back 7 minutes. You see that? It's not giving me a location. If I go out now, I'm stuck with that save. But watch this. Is it possible this system doesn't have a monolith? How weird is that, guys? Oh yeah, you're right. I might not have enough shards. That's what's wrong. Yeah. I did forget about that one. You're right, I might not have enough shards. I was just wondering that. I usually have a ton of them. No, I'm 2 shards short. That could be the problem. You're right, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I usually just have a ton of them. You're 100% right, Lars. Oh, hi, Indy. And how are you been? It's just I used up so much of them. I thought I had a ton of them, to be honest. So, what have you been up to, Indy? Anything interesting? I need one more. Yeah, I just used so much of them grinding. Ah, I'm too used to guys playing BGS games. They bug out all the time. We don't want any more of that living fragment junk. Oh, let's scan a few of these guys. Yeah, just because they're scanners. Yeah. There seems to be another little guy there. 4 of 6. Guys, we're getting close to finishing this. I'd say the other two are either birds or fish. I'd say birds. I'm going with the birds on this one. Now that guy looks like we could take him from here. Nah, I think we'll ever get an echolocator. 1 in 5 drop, I'd say at best. All I want is a small ship, Lars, a small ship with a reasonable design. Yeah, that's all I want. I've come across a few, but they're really horrible. There was one in particular, and I'm kind of sorry now that I didn't have a save beacon on that, but I thought it would be common enough to find something similar. I was wrong. And it looked like a little transformer, you know, and it had legs, and then when it was in flight, it really kind of tucked in like a transformer. The color was horrible. It was yellow and orange, I think. So I knocked it on the color. Maybe I shouldn't have, you know. But something small, something, you know, reasonable enough design that isn't too ugly, and kind of dark on the color. Anything that wouldn't have yellow or orange. I know. But I was in no rush to find one, so, you know. But even if I don't get one, it doesn't really matter to me. It's just something for me to do. It's not a biggie, you know. Just something for me to do, just to prolong the game. Yeah, I don't like the color. I made an exception for the exotic because it kind of looks like a chicken. You know, even though I called it the fly, because of the eye kind of looked like an insect eye. Well, I'll show you one of the versions I have, Lars. I'll show you back at the freighter. I'll be going right back there now in a moment. And I'll show you. This is an interesting design. But I forget where it was, because I did in the beginning think that they were common, but apparently not. I knocked it on the colour, to be honest, but I did keep it as a reference. Now let's go for this. We just quickly finish with this and I'll hop back. And I'll show you. This would be an interesting design if I could get it in a dark colour. I'm gonna hop back to the freighter real quick. I want to check on a quest anyway, and I've got some junk to drop off. Uncertain. Yeah, well, yeah, it's pretty much that way, I think, for everyone. I started playing Division 1. That's the kind of multiplayer army thing, isn't it? Yeah. My sons, I've seen them play similar games. Played it on PC years ago. Recently got it on Xbox for cheap. Nice. I could never kind of warm to those kind of games, but I can see the appeal. You know, just because I didn't warm to them doesn't make them, a bad game. I can see the appeal, hanging out with your friends and doing the multiplayer. Yeah, but it's nice to have that kind of, you know, kind of diversity in games. Where you can, do these kind of. Oh, this is multiplayer as well, but the kind of single player. I've always been drawn to the single player RPG. With the free roam kind of thing, especially if it has a medieval kind of setting and exploring. That's one of my main things. Building is nice as well. Diablo with guns. So it's got that kind of overhead look, yeah? Oh. Division 1, I think that's pretty old, isn't it? But it's only quite recently. Oh, it's a third-person view, like I have here. Yeah. You get that, and then you get the kind of overview kind of thing. Oh, it's Dungeons, and so it is the one I've been thinking of, yeah. Yeah. The thing where you're kind of looking down on a small character. The kind of early 2000s kind of thing where you're kind of, looking down on a character like that. Yeah. God, I'm gonna go crazy if I present another brain. Yeah, once I claim this ship, well, all I'm gonna do is scrap it, but I'm not gonna leave it behind. Excuse me. And then I'll hop quickly back to the freighter using the transporter, and I'll show you an interesting design. And to be honest now, I'm kind of sorry I didn't mark the location, but unfortunately I thought that the design would have been common. I absolutely knocked it for its colour. That was kind of silly, wasn't it? But I thought the ships would be more varied. But the colour in that isn't altogether horrible. At least it's not yellow or orange. Well, it could be. It's hard to know. The planet would give it that green glow, wouldn't it? But I really hate this kind of ship. Gear grinding and yeah, I don't mind that in the game. Actually, I kind of prefer it in a way. Now let's get out of here real quick, guys. I'll show you, which now anyway, after seeing all the ships I've seen, seems to be a pretty interesting design. So I'll just head to the nearest station. Where is it? I get back on my freighter. I wanted to dump off some junk anyway. And I don't know, you guys play this a lot, so tell me if the design of this is common or not. It doesn't look much on the ground. It looks like some kind of robotic animal or something. But, when it kind of morphs in when you take off with it, it looks reasonable. But it is a C. Oh no, it might be an A. Now, I could fall back and I could upgrade that to an S with nanites, but it kind of kills it, if you got upgraded. I did one to, can't find an S. But I'm in, I suppose, no great rush. Who knows, I might even find something a little different. No, it's just that I thought the design would be common. Here, let me just have a quick looky here. I don't think we can go to our freighter from here, guys, because we're in a pirate system, but we would be able to go to our base. It's not finished yet, but wrong guy. And then we can slip from there. I forgot we're in a pirate system. Has he got anything in? No. Unless he's giving me something I really want, I want to ignore that guy for a little bit. And yeah, you'll find exotics here, but you can't recruit the pilots. I found. Oh yeah, no, we can't. Yeah, we're in a pirate system. But we can... Let me see if the settlers are ready yet. We can kill two birds with one stone. Eight seconds, yeah. We'll be able to do this, guys. We'll get the two of them out. And then we go straight to a freighter from there. Same thing, really. That way we'll kill two birds with one stone. Or so the saying goes. I find this interesting enough, but I do think they missed a lot of chances to make this a lot more appealing, you know? It takes too long to get settlers in, you know? Oh, hi, bossman. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been? I hope you've been well. I've just been playing this lately, kind of figuring out the ropes, and I've got most of the story done, so I've been hanging back to, you know, do a little bit of grinding and a little bit of exploration. I don't think so. No. I'll show you how far I've progressed in the mission, so I've been holding back on it. So we're on the purge here where it says locate the final portal, so I assume that the game is nearly over now. And then you've got the space anomaly where it says reset the simulation. And this is the eternal one, so basically we've, you know, that's just, you know, picking up more of the language, and that goes on forever. The exploration guide just goes from planet to planet. That there is basically the quests from the Nexus. And I'm guessing that the last of that will come up when we finish this. And then there's just the settlers. So, yeah, I've been holding back so I can do other things. I want to, you know, my first playthrough in this. There's some other things I want to finish because I'll lose interest in those if I push forward too much on the quests. You know, I really like this game, and rarely I find a game where I really like. So I want to experience as much as I can. You know, and especially on your first playthrough. Like, no matter how much you like a game, it's never the same as your first playthrough, you know. So I have been, you know, prolonging it a bit, I'd say. And Starfield, it's much more superior. Even though it's got the procedural thing that Starfield has. But it's infinitely bigger than Starfield. Starfield is like a closed-in room compared to Skyrim with this game. But for a procedural generation, they did a pretty good job. Every planet has a ton of stuff on it. And it's more reward based, you know. Yeah, I think Skyrim in its planets and exploration did try to rip this off, but I think they failed miserably, to be honest. Now, Starfield has better graphics. I was never a massive fan of colourful worlds, but they're okay. You know, they're definitely not, you know, a game breaker for me. I would prefer the graphics in Starfield. That's the only thing I would give Starfield. And it's got so many NPCs and that. I know there isn't much interaction, but it gives that kind of feeling of something being there. Um, they've done a brilliant job on the freighters and stuff like that. Um, the settlements as well, even though it's lacking in a lot of pieces, much superior than the settlement building in Starfield. There's a lot less bugs, but then again, there's a lot less quests. You know, but I did find the quests, even though they're kind of RPG based, they'd be pretty boring, to be honest. More of a checklist and just something you'd want to get through as quickly as possible. Hmm. Hmm. Well, all of the procedural thing would be, copy and paste, but, how interesting you make that has a lot got to do with it. The planets, even though they're an infinite number compared to Starfield, even though Starfield is a huge game, I think is much superior, especially when it comes to exploration. You know, what I like about it here as well is, in Starfield, to finish a planet you had to do it perfectly. The problem with that is about, I would say maybe 10% of the time, one of the animals would be missing. You'd never get to finish a planet. That was really horrible. On this, I've never seen that problem. And it's not really based to finish a planet. In a sense, it's not really based about scanning everything. There's just X amount of animals. If you do those, that's the one you get a reward for. And you weren't really pushed, to kind of finish them. So I think they did a good job on this. But I think all of the indie developers are doing much superior games for a fraction of the cost of these so-called AAA companies. And speaking of Starfield and BGS, did you know that they're working on and apparently might release as soon as next week a kind of a redo of Oblivion, which I know seems pretty interesting, and apparently they did it on the Unreal 5 engine. So they might have getting in the hint maybe about the engine. But that's going to be interesting. I do know remasters of old games are usually a red flag with a company that's dying, when they've run out of ideas and they're really failing bad. But I'm daring to be a little bit excited about it, to be honest, even though I know what BGS are. They've been pretty rubbish for the past, decade or two. So, if they've done it on the Unreal Engine and they've spruced it up a bit, fixed the bugs, and changed or switched the quests around a little bit, and they don't add in any typical stuff like they do on a remaster with Creation Club rubbish, I think it might be very playable for fans of Oblivion. It's amazing, yeah. But I did see a video on it, and as far as I know, I didn't fact check it enough. But it was, they said it would be released by the summer, and now they said maybe as early as next month. But I am a little worried that it's, happening so soon. But nobody would even dare to hope that that was as good as the original. I'm thinking that they probably kept all the same quests, have maybe changed it to a different engine with different graphics, all the same quests, all the same problems and bugs, and they might have put a few new ones in, and that will be Total Creation Club. That's what I see them doing. But only time will tell. It might be just a cash grab. That's the way it is. But you know that the gaming industry is in trouble when you want them to, to do old stuff that they've already done. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Now, apparently they're doing a remaster of Fallout 3, and I think something else as well. But it might be just a quick fix up on them. You know, maybe changing to another engine and basically playing the same game with a few modded quests, which would be kind of boring, to be honest. But we'll see. But knowing BGS like I do, I don't have much confidence, and the speed as well. You know, is a bit of a red flag. But yeah, we'll hope for the best, and we'll see. I do know one thing: there hasn't been much. There hasn't been much advertising about it. There's been no hype about it. So, you know, they don't want to spend money on it, obviously. So that can be another red flag. You know, you've seen that stuff coming from Veilguard as well. There wasn't as much advertising. I know Starfield. I couldn't even buy a bottle of soda here, but it was printed on the thing. Oblivion, for the older guys like me, it was a massive game. It was my introduction to the Elder Scrolls. I have a very, very fond place for that. Most likely I will play it, unfortunately. But I hope they do it justice. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. But who knows? Maybe. At least we'll see it on the Unreal 5. That, for me, was the only thing that was lacking in that game, was the graphics. There we go. Eating outside. Oh, nice. Grew to launch for a far away, so orange ball and smoke trail. Oh. I'm not familiar, actually, guys, with that game. Now, there we go. I can't believe I've got citizens up to 78. Right, we'll go straight to the freighter. I'll show you the thingy there. Where is it? The ship. I thought it'd be common enough to find, so I didn't sweat it. But it's the only one I found. God knows where I found it. But I do know it wasn't a pirate system, guys. It was a 3-star system, guaranteed. I've been getting very little variation. Almost none in the pirate systems. I've never played it. Yeah, apparently it's a great game. But there's one thing common, let's say, when it comes to chatting about BGS games and, you know, the fans of past games. You know, the guys from Morrowind will say it was a much better story. And I know I've said this before, than Oblivion. The same with Oblivion, they would say it was a much better story than Skyrim. Skyrim to Fallout 4 and Fallout 4 to Starfield. So, you know, if you were the kind of guy that would do the odds and follow patterns, you would say with each successive game or IP, the whole thing seems to be falling apart. It seems to be getting much lazier. You know. Yeah, this is the guy here. Where is it? Well, that's junk we just got a moment ago. There's a few of these I have to sell off before we were out of room. Yeah, there it is. That's kind of weird, guys. Is that common? But the orange really put me off on that. You know how I despise orange, guys. There it is. But it goes like a little transformer. Let me show you. Ah, it's a cool little thing, isn't it? But as I said, unfortunately, the colour was a bit iffy. And had I known how hard it would be to get something similar, I would have grinded it out. It's not common. Eee, that's a pity. I think this might be an A. I should have stuck with it, guys. It reminds me of a little shuttlecraft, a little transformer. I thought it was coming. Had I known, I would have stuck with it, to be honest. Even though I despise the colour of the orange. Would that put me out straight away? So have you seen that design before? No. You can't get paint jobs, that's the problem. Yeah. But it is, I know it doesn't look much on the ground. But it is different. Yeah. You can do the paint job on the freighter. But I think they've kind of added that, so if you do get something, let's say, to kind of keep you going, to get the right colour, you know, and then you get the right ship, then you get the right class, and then it will get to the stage where you try and get all of the little power squares together, kind of thing. You know, the kind of perfect thing. Sometimes, but not this colour, yeah. The colour I didn't like. But it is an A. I could easily upgrade it to, and I might. I just might. I could easily upgrade it to an S. It wouldn't cost much. But that's my backup, guys. I kind of like it. But I thought it was coming, so I said, you know, I'll keep going. I might find something better. But to be honest, I haven't. I have not. Obviously, I'd like to get a few of them in, you know, but I'm not going to get them on the pirate system, guys. Because the pirate system seemed to be all locked into the same kind of junk for me. With even the same class. But because of the 3% more of a chance, I have been kind of working on those. But to be honest, I think we're better off trying a 3-star system. Yeah. Even if somebody gave me a dress of one, it wouldn't be the same. You know what I mean? It's just something I want to do, to just kind of find one myself. It's much like if you're playing a game and, you know, you're working on your character, whatever the case may be. And there's a kind of sense of achievement from it. But then if you started the game when your character was maxed out, you know, you just wouldn't get that same kind of feeling from it. Oh, I know, yeah. There's places where people have already put in planet addresses where you could pick up some nice stuff. But I wanted to find something myself as a kind of thing to do. You know, set a kind of goal kind of thing. Yeah. But what's the difference of doing that and just spending the nanites on it, you know? Yeah. No, that wouldn't interest me that much. You know, it's just that kind of, you know, sense of finding something that really makes it, you know? But as I said, it's not a biggie. You know, I don't care really that much if I get it or not, and I've always got that to fall back on. And just add the nanites to it, because it's already an A. It wouldn't take much. That kind of accomplishment, yeah. That's why I play the game. Or who knows, the game is so vast, Randy. I might pick up a nice ship that maybe no one has ever... Although I doubt it. I think every ship might have been found. But let's say something that wasn't found that much, you know. But I do think they pride themselves on this, let's say, of every ship being different in some way, you know, whether it's its design, its colouring, or the placement of its power cube thingies, you know. But there's that kind of self-accomplishment, yeah. Who knows? Yeah, that's why I've been holding out. But, you know, had I known that that was so rare, I would have stuck it out for an S on that one. But who knows? We might find it again. Because the longer it's there, the fonder I'm getting of it. And I kind of hated it when I seen it first, you know. But I kept it because it was an A. I had a feeling about it. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Yeah, the discovery in itself, yeah. Giving away the game. Let's say, if you're on a planet and someone says, "Oh, you can do this, you can do that." Yeah, well, it's okay to a certain amount, but yeah, you can give a lot of the way. But, kind of fumbling through a game and learning, that's the fun part, you know. I know some people would like to play a game and, especially younger people, they would just, like to know everything on the spot and get through the game quickly and then move on to another game. Me, however, yeah, I have great fun and kind of fumbling through it, and then, you get that moment of discovery. Ah, I see, you know. Oh, Grey one is not bad. Hmm. 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 But you remember that old saying, right, about Grey? Chicks dig Grey. Can anyone tell me what movie that was a quote from? Where a guy, he was wearing, he was wearing a grey Y fronts, and he said, "That's a good hint. It's a movie, some famous actors in it. This guy was wearing a Y front, and he said he looked at himself in the mirror. That's a great hint, and he said, "Chicks dig grey." I think he was wrong, but can anyone tell me the movie? Just for fun. I'll give you some more hints. It's a British movie, and it's a kind of romantic kind of comedy, and yeah, it's not my kind of movie either, but I made an exception for this one. It's a kind of romantic comedy with lots of different stories. It is. It is Notting Hill. That's the one. Yeah, Notting Hill. Would you believe I really don't like chick flicks, but I love that movie. I would always watch it with my wife around Christmas. Because it's got that kind of thing. Yeah. Then there's Love Actually. We would always watch Notting Hill and Love Actually. Love Actually was pretty decent. Mm. But we'll find the ship yourself. Yeah, exactly. It just feels better, isn't it, when you accomplish it yourself, Lars? I would watch it every year. But that's where I draw the line. The type of movies I would watch would be, sci-fi. I'm big into sci-fi. I love historical, real programs, that kind of stuff, documentaries. But if I'm going for fiction, it would be sci-fi. Yeah, it would be sci-fi. And medieval, obviously. I've got a thing for medieval. By live, yeah. But yeah, I found that to be very entertaining. And now it's kind of, those two movies have kind of become like a kind of Christmas kind of ritual thing. Myself and my wife, and sometimes if I can rope in my sons to watch, but they like to try and avoid that one, I'm afraid. They'll say, "Oh God, no, not these two movies again." But sometimes I can rope them into it. I'd like to watch it as a family if we could. No, I don't think I've heard of that one. Danny Deckchair. No. But that one would have been easy. I know it was a bit of a success, wasn't it? Good morning, Das. How have you been? And what have you been up to? So, let's go on our little quest, guys. We still have 15 minutes, guys, but I might try and maybe push it for a little bit more. I've had a reasonable rest over the last couple of days. But I found a massive... I did sort out a few bugs that were happening here. And if you get this in this game, I don't know, maybe everyone knows this. But I built the stairs and I built my stuff here. It's the perfect size for what I need. The 12 plants in the game and the 2 stations and the entrance. I couldn't get these to grow. So, when I scanned them, there was an infinity symbol on these and this said it was abandoned. So I assumed then it wasn't hooked up to electric. So the stairs won't cut it, guys. So, I did a normal and I built some rooms underneath. Still nothing. Zero. Then I deleted down here as a test and I put one right there. Still zero. No good. Yeah, it's the only kind of layout I thought would suit. So it's still no good. But then I discovered that using one of the tunnels would power it up. Now the problem I found with using those tunnels, the last ones are the normal ones. Now they're pretty cool if you use them in a straight line. But if you start to take corners with them, what I found in my game is they bug out. The center will disappear and it will all get deformed. Massive bug. So I couldn't use those to power them up. Right, so this is what I've done. And I wanted one anyway. But this one would work as well. I put this in. And as long as it's going over the rooms that's below, it's weird, it will power up this. But this is something I wanted anyway. And it works out, let's say, symmetrically exactly the way I wanted it. Because, let me show you here once we get back. Yeah, I wanted some kind of something. Now, if I use the glass ones, which might be more fitting, the way they bug out after a couple of warps on that ship, it's unbelievable. You've got the two doors right across from each other. So if you get problems with this junk not growing, the only way they can be powered up is either these guys, and they've got to be over or below a room, or the tunnels. As I said, the problem with the tunnels, if you're not using one straight out from here, if you're thinking about going around or doing any bends on them, over time they'll massively bug out. Let's see if I can recreate the bug again here. And let me show you. And it looks horrible. Two-stair system, yeah. What I wanted to do is see, I intend to do a lot of decorating in here, and I'm not sure what the game can take, the amount of pieces. So I wanted to keep it to a reasonable size. Now let's see if I can recreate that bug without moving the freighter. I just got that saved there for a moment. So, we're going in with these guys here. Here, let's just put one. No, I can't now. It won't go in because of the other thing. Okay, I'll have to quickly scrap something for a moment. I can do a reload anyway. It's not a biggie. Let's see if we can recreate, and it's really horrible. Yeah, let's just get out a bit. There it is, there. You see this? That shouldn't be. You see that invisible middle? The first time I built this base, that was perfect. It was closed in. Now, if you warp a few times, a strange thing happens. If you're coming at another angle, a piece will start to stick out from the center. Now, I could basically live with that because it looks perfect. But when I first started building these pieces, that piece was in the middle. So there should be one now. Now, that's a bug you could live with. But after a few travels, yeah, there's like a piece kind of sticks out the side. So, these are not a good thing to use. They're okay if you're using them, guys, in a straight line. But once it gets to the stage where you make this little kind of thingy here, with two pieces that get a run a turn, it bugs out real quick. So you've probably all suffered from that. But these are still usable, as long as you just use them in straight lines. So let's say you built another section over here and you just went over in a straight line. As long as you didn't build that pillar. But they don't work well together. Yeah. But I found that the rooms don't power up these here, guys. No room will power these up. The only thing that will power them up is either this or the other little layout thing, as long as they're in contact over or beneath the rooms. Yeah, no, these will do it as well. Yeah, these will do it as well. But I didn't use them because they're so buggy. You know, I didn't want to go out with one. It just looked horrible. But there's no way. Like, I could do a little experiment in a minute. I could take that out, but it's not worth it. Take away all the walkway, and you'll see the power gone here. And in the second I just put two of these out, once it's covering over this, it will power up again immediately. But yeah, any one of the two will do. But the problem of using this, and I was going to make a little scenic thing, but seeing this, nah. Yeah, I don't want that. But if you think that's bad, after a couple of warps, that really goes sideways. So, yeah, just thought I'd point that out. It took me ages to figure out what was going on. Couldn't for the life of me understand. And then when I built it downstairs, it was working perfectly, and I thought it was some kind of bug. And then I realized that I used a walkway on it, going around. Do you remember that, Randy? Remember I used that little walkway going all the way around it. Remember it was perfect. Well, that bugged out pretty bad after a while. And it really came into play when I started decorating. You remember that? I used this going around the rooms. But it was using too much, I think. So I had to simplify it down like that. And I managed to get rid of the bugs. And I still have more plans for this. And to be honest, I prefer this design. But you kind of snookered because of the bugs rate on this. You know, there's only X amount you can do. Well, you can use these if you're going in straight lines, but maybe for a video, you know. But in practical use, if you want to warp this thing around, on my save, on this playthrough, it's been pretty buggy, you know. But I've seen a lot of Fallout 4 builds, you know, and yeah, they're pretty nice, and some of them are, I think now they call them lower friendly, you know, using the basic assets from the game and fitting in with the aesthetic of the game. And they'll show you these huge bases and that, and they look pretty cool. But they'll only show you the outside. You know, in the inside it wouldn't really go into the detail, because that would require a lot of overbuilding and a lot of time, and you can't blame them for that. You know, it could take anywhere from 60 maybe to 200 hours to do a really large settlement detailed. Nobody wants to spend that kind of time for maybe a 15-minute video, you know, if they're doing that all the time. But you'll see in any game, let's say, you know, some pieces are kind of susceptible to problems, you know, as you start to build up stuff. I did have, you know, well, a few decorations, but not a lot, to be honest. But I do think there is an inherent problem with this when you start to use it, you know, like this. Now, maybe it could be just some little bit of a bug I picked up on this playthrough. I don't have enough experience in this game to know, but I do have a lot of experience with the like of Fallout 4 and Valheim. And it's kind of similar in ways. Yeah, I didn't have a ton. Not like the way I'm going to plaster this place. And I've still put in this junk again. But as long as I keep away from them and don't use them in any kind of twisty fashion. But I was thinking about, you know, downstairs, Randy, to finish this off eventually when I have the decorating done. And then I'll save it and see how it takes it. I'm going to build an area, probably about the size of this with the signs thing. And I'm going to lay down a ton of beds to make it like a kind of crew quarters. And if I get away with it, which I probably won't, some kind of cafeteria, like a kind of cafeteria and crew quarters. But again, I don't know what the game can take. So I've been waiting till I finish this, you know. But I haven't even begun to start fixing this up. Oh, hi, Let me see, who is it? Alien... Mission, is it? And thanks for the raid, Alien. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? And thanks for the follow, Alien. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. Yeah, my first playthrough, and I've been trying to kind of figure out the pros and cons of this freighter building thing. I did find a few bugs, and, you know, took me hours to kind of figure them out, but kind of got through them. So what I've been doing is really taking my time with this game. I actually enjoy it a lot, and I'm playing on Xbox, and there's not many games, to be honest, on Xbox. So I've been taking my time with this playthrough. But I was pretty lucky on this game in the start. You know, it dropped me off on a paradise planet to start with, which I didn't realize was so uncommon. I think in 300 systems I've been to, I've only found one more. And I was silly. I didn't put a marker on it. My very first raid of a pirate ship gave me an S-class dreadnought. And the very first multi-tool I found on one of the Desolate planets, I think it's called, was an S-class. But in my hunt for an S-class Sentinel, I've been pretty unlucky. So what we've been doing is, you know, we've been just, you know, basically I'm trying to max out everything in this game. And I'll show you what I've done on this. So we've been kind of going around doing this junk here. Well, I've pretty much nearly got all my achievements. So we've got all of these marks, so we're just doing missions for these guys who want to get those on the highest medal. I've been working on the squadron as well. And I'm nearly sure, I'm almost 100% sure, I seen a pilot, and he was one of the travelers. Is that common? I think I've seen one once or twice. I'm looking for one now, but I didn't have a freighter at the time. A mess in an infirmary, a greenhouse. Yeah, but I'm not sure how the game would react, to be honest, to that much building. Now, I could tell you right to the last piece in Fallout, and even in Valheim, you know. But I'm still pretty new to this. But it's been a lot of fun. So, I was just showing the guys there the problems with certain pieces on this, but I've pretty much found my way around it. Now, let's get our restore point here. And we'll carry on. But if you use them in a straight line, they're not too bad. It's just when you start to take turns, you'll get the centerpiece disappears, and after a few travels on the freighter, it really messes up. So I haven't done much in this. I haven't done much of the decorating, to be honest. Where are we? But it's just something pretty simple so far. Well, I've got the 5 stations I need, the various ones here, those guys. And because we can run 5 missions at once, I've got 5 of these terminals. I'll start to decorating a little later. And in here, well, you know, when you put these in a small room, when you land in, it's very, very confusing trying to find your way out. So I give this a lot of leeway. I'll still have to put more windows in later. And I put some of the other stuff down here, but we've got one of everything except those stellar things and those refiners in there. We've got a couple of those. And of course my storage is down here. Yeah, we gotta have storage. I will have to slightly adjust this a little later. You know, but not much to match up with something like this. I'm sure I'll find something. So all of my storage here. But I've been mostly grinding on the decorations, but I've got them all out. But I've just been getting the stuff with the quicksilver and the tainted metal. And then I'll really start to hit this with decorating. But I found a bug in this where it wasn't powering up, and it took me ages to figure out what was going on. But the walkway fixed it. As I said, the glass tunnels were in the other corridors, But they're pretty buggy, so I decided not to go with them. And I wanted something like this anyway. Now, once I do the decorating here, I'll see if I can expand even more. You know, making it a little bit more immersive with maybe a kind of crew quarters, mess, that kind of thing. I know they won't use it, but, you know, they might stray around it at least. But let's just say I've got a lot of stuff to build with. So, okay guys, let's get on with this. I just went back. But yeah, I haven't been very successful with Sentinel ships. Now, I can find a ton of exotics in that. And I've been mostly doing pirate systems. You know, there's supposed to be a better drop, but I haven't seen that. You know, talking about 15 to 20 pirate systems in a row with all C-class. And the design was pretty horrible. So, this is something that I found interesting. I've been scrapping them as I've been getting them, because I couldn't hold them all. I've got something like $1.5 billion. Ridiculous amount of money. They're horrible, those ships. They're going to be scrapped shortly. Where's that other guy? I think it's over this side. This is an interesting design. If I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Oh, it's our current ship now, guys. Yeah. I know it looks pretty silly. But it looks pretty decent when you, you know, it is definitely... You know, I like it. It reminds me of a little space shuttle. And it is an A-class. It's a pity it wasn't an S. Not too fond of the colours, so I didn't bother marking the planet. I thought this would have been common, but I was wrong. It's not a bad little ship. But if I get stuck, it would just take a few nanites to get it up to an S. But I wanted to find an S, to be honest. But it is something for a backup. It might not be that pretty on the ground, but it reminds me of a transformer. But it's been the coolest one I've found so far. The rest have been all like that, or smaller ones with wings. But that was pretty interesting, I thought. This is the one I've been using. I call this one the Fly, although it looks more like a chicken. Now let's make sure we switch over our craft. There should be a better way of doing it, honestly. Especially in the space stations, but... There you go. Now let's get back, and what I've been doing is going around from space station to space station. I've been collecting the storage modules, taking the odd quest out here and there. You know, trying to max out the medals, let's say, on the quest done for the 3 factions. And I've done a bit with the pirates, but I've been kind of, you know, not doing it so much. I want to do them last. You'll lose a lot of rep, you know, with the factions, although it's still pretty high. And I've been using those to, you know, to get the modules and that, you know, maxing out the reputation on those guys. You can name your ship stats. Yeah, you can. You can name ships, you can name planets, you can name plants. You can name everything in this game. Yeah, and it does kind of look like a chicken if it wasn't for the eye. Yeah, you can name the ships. I think it's pretty cool. It's a great game. Yeah, it definitely is. It's a great game. But I've been really taking my time with this, because you know me, guys, once I finish this, it might be a year or two if I ever get back to it, you know. So I think it's very important I learn what I can from this, max everything I can out in it. And you know me, then I'll move to another kind of game. The next one I have up, guys, is, and I'm really looking forward to that one. It's Medieval Dynasty. I know I've seen the videos of it, it looks pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I didn't like it at first, but it's kind of grown on me. Now that I've realized how rare that silly thing is. That's a pity. I should have marked that planet. But I'm sure we'll get something similar. I'm sure we'll get something. But I'm nearly sure, guys, I didn't find that in the pirate planet. I got that on a 3-star system. I don't know. I think you have a better chance of finding an S in one of those. I know they say you have a better one in the pirate system, but I've only found C's. And the design is nearly always the same. Dune, I prefer the old Dune, to be honest. I've seen a new one. It's okay. You know. It's okay. You know, there's some really decent actors. Wasn't Kyle MacLachlan in the original one? It was Kyle. It was. Max von Snowden, I think, as well. One of my favourite actors. Yeah. Now, okay. Let's get back to the system, guys. And, well, my time is up a few minutes ago, but we'll try just another few. You know, we did have a raid. And we just kill a little bit of time, another 10 or 15 minutes. It won't let me back. It doesn't matter. We'll go to the last one. And then we'll go out from there. Oh, it's a game. Sorry. Oh, the movie, yeah. I prefer the original movie too. Sting was in that as well, wasn't he? The new game, sorry. No, I didn't know there was a game, was there? Oh, cool. It's gotten that way now, guys, with games, that pre-ordering is a bad idea, to be honest. Not only are you better off letting it come out and watch some gameplay, you're better off letting it run maybe for maybe 3 or 4 months for them to iron out the immediate bugs, and you know, maybe even waiting for a price drop until it goes on sale. You know? But that's the way it is now. And if they get their way, apparently they're waiting for GTA to drop, and apparently that's going to be $100. And, you know, even the guys that's been churning out the slop, yeah, they're going to be charging 100 for everything. Yeah, I thought he was a classic actor. German. The last movie I seen him in was the Russell Crowe version of Robin Hood. Oh, sorry. I keep mistaking him with the other guy. Yeah, you're right. He's Swedish. What was the other guy I'm thinking is German? The guy that used to do the medieval ones. Oh, yeah, you're right. He's Swedish. Yeah. He's Swedish, you're right. Yeah. I keep mixing him up with another actor. Swedish, like Bergman. Oh, sorry. Hi, your mum's here. And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it, and welcome, raiders. I was just doing a little bit longer in this. We've been just doing some grinding. We've been looking for a ship. And we'll be going on a raid shortly. So, how have you been? I hope you've been well. Yeah, usually I'm off a little bit earlier than this, but, you know, just got chatting, you know what it's like, and, you know, before you know it, you're long over your time. So, what have you been up to? No problem. And hi, Django. Hope you've been well. Oh, that's good to hear. Name of the Rose, great movie again, yeah. That would have been Sean Connery and Matthew Broderick, wasn't it? Yeah, that's pretty decent. I remember that medieval mystery thing. Now tell me that, if you like that, let me point you to a BBC series with Derek Jacobi. Same kind of thing, sleuthing monk kind of thing, set in medieval times. But it's called Cadfael. Cadfael. It's a BBC series. You should be able to get it on the internet. Try it out. Cadfael. Yeah, give it a shot. If you like Name of the Rose. Something on to that. Spooky places. Nice. Was it not Broderick? It's the other guy, isn't it? The guy that looks like Broderick. Not Matthew. What was the other guy? What was his name then? Oh, you've seen it, yeah? Sorry, it was Christian Slater. You're right. Where did I see Broderick? Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of Broderick in Lady Hawk with... yeah. That's another guy I keep mixing up. It was Christian Slater. Absolutely right. I'm thinking of Lady Hawk with... what's his name? Rutger Hauer and Michelle Pfeiffer. Yeah, I keep getting them mixed up as well. I remember Rumpold of the Bailey, yeah. With Max. Yeah, classic actor, Connery, to be honest. No, I never liked him as Bond. Yeah, that was a real kind of medieval fantasy kind of thing. Classic. The same as, let's say, Willow with, what's his name again? Oh my god. Well, I do know that, that'll come back to me. Yeah, when I'm tired, my brain can't focus. I'm usually good. No, it's gone. Val Kilmer, that's him. And then you had the guy from Leprechaun. And you wouldn't mind, I actually got one of his, on my channel, I've got, one of his pictures. But my brain has gone blank. Yeah, Derek Jacobi. He did play Ken File. That's him, Warwick Davis. Now, if you ask me tomorrow, when my brain is back to normal, but once I get tired and, the stuff with Slater and the other one, usually I get it spot on. Because I've seen these movies many times. And that's him. Yeah. He's done some good stuff. It was horrible about his wife. As 007. Yeah, I've always, strangely enough, I do not like Roger Moore acting, but I love him as Bond. Yeah, to me, he was always the best Bond. But, I'd be biased in that, seeing as, the first of the movies I actually really paid attention to would have been him. I thought he did fit the part perfectly. Didn't like Connery as Bond. He was okay, don't get me wrong, but loved him, let's say, as he got older doing other movies. I think he really came into his own, let's say, after 50. Yeah, it depends on what you started watching Bond on. But, if you really read into the story from Fleming, let's say, and, that kind of thing, Bond has always been that kind of, cad kind of thing, especially when it came to, romances and things like that. I didn't like the direction that brought Bond, where it was more like he was kind of more of a kind of military thing, But again, it all depends, on... It's like, I started playing the Elder Scrolls on Oblivion, so I have a certain fondness for that. Whereas if you played on Morrowind, you would, prefer that one, I suppose. I hate him acting, but I love him as Bond. Yeah. But only as Bond. And I love Sean Connery in any movie except Bond. But I think we'd all agree that that as far as bad Bonds go, I think the worst ever Bond there ever was, and I think I've got this name right, was a guy called George Lazenby. They brought him in for one movie. I think it was called On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I love, he was pretty good, Brosnan. I remember the old Remington Steele thing, but he was from a county not far from me called Navan. Yeah. Diana Riggs from the Avengers, was it? Yeah, yeah. Oh, that movie was a disaster. He was literally running around all night in a kilt. That was a horrible movie. That was the one where his wife died, wasn't it? Yeah. 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 That was it. I only watched it once, unfortunately. I couldn't watch it again. Hmm. That was a kind of spoof. Yeah, that was Casino Royale, wasn't it? That was funny actually. Yeah, David Niven. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty old. Oh, the Avengers. Yeah, that was a cult thing, wasn't it? But here's a funny little bit of information. Do you remember the guy Patrick McGoogan? I think his name was. He acted in that really weird sci-fi program. I think it was called The Prisoner, where they held him on an island. He didn't know why he was there, and this strange bubble was floating around. Do you remember that? He actually refused. Yeah, he actually refused the Bond part. He was offered the Bond part, so he could do Prisoner. That has got to be the worst career decision ever. That was a big, big problem. But I suppose it seemed cool to him, I suppose. But I just couldn't get that. Yeah, he refused the Bond part as far as I know. I'm glad he didn't take it, to be honest. I couldn't really see him as Bond. But my list of Bonds, let's say the best would be Roger Moore, Pierce Brosnan. Look, guys, I think Timothy Dalton didn't do a good job. Every time I see Timothy, I just keep thinking of Wuthering Heights. Fassbender would be interesting, yeah. But wasn't he rumoured for a while? Yeah. But I don't think, every time I seen Timothy Dalton, I just keep thinking of Wuthering Heights and Heathcliff. But he was like, he was very beta in that. He didn't really fit into it, to be honest. Oh, no problem. No problem. I absolutely understand. And thanks again for raiding. Your mum's here. Appreciate it. And we'll be going on a raid pretty shortly anyway. Yeah, but I just keep associating that. Yeah, that was Bronte, wasn't it? Yeah, my wife would be more into the novels than that, but I'm familiar with Bronte. Or was it Bronte? Was it? I think it was Bronte, wasn't it? It was, yeah. It was either that or Henry James, but I think it was Bronte. But I wouldn't be very, very familiar. But I might have been forced to watch some of it with my wife from time to time. Is there really? I remember that kind of comedy thing, yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I know maybe it's not PC, and I'd say, for the old style of Bond movies, but, the whole character was written around that kind of, bit of a cad kind of a thing. But they've really neutered a lot of the old movies and that, to be more PC. Well, we'll see how it goes, Really? Yeah, usually when you hear the rumours about Bond, they're rarely true. But who knows? As long as Disney doesn't get their hands on it, I'd say we'll be okay. Yeah.
Hostile ships deleted.
Now, okay, we'll just do a few more of these. Really? Let's say on those kind of old movies and that, where it would start off with a certain kind of character, And I know it's been a thing with some people, maybe for the wrong reason, but I think changing a character too much is it's a killer for me. You know, but I don't know Hollywood now and games and that, and it's not about the movies or movie making for some. Um, for some directors or producers or backers or whatever it is, but it's more of a kind of social battleground, which I think the vast majority of people wouldn't appreciate. Cinema and gaming has been an escape, really, for reality and people's hobbies and pastimes. The last thing they need is, someone trying to do, well, I suppose if it's done in a small way and it's not pushed in your face, but, you know, they don't need re-education, you know. Oh, hi, Paddy. And how have you been? I hope you've been well. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I think changing him to a more kind of military kind of, that kind of thing, I think that was, just in my opinion, was a bit of a mistake, you know. And when they went with Dalton in a more romantic way, I thought that was a bit of a mistake also. I did like the stuff that Brosnan did, and more. It was more onto that kind of cad character that, Fleming actually imagined. But as far as I know, the history of Fleming, he was actually in, well, I don't think it was called MI5 at the time. There was a different name for it. The S something something. But it was British military intelligence. And I don't know, I think I might remember it might have been something got to do with Bletchley Park as well, which was their kind of secret, kind of code cracking spot, during that Enigma thing. But I'm not quite sure about that. Yeah, there were. There were. But again, it depends on when you first start watching them, I suppose. I know people have changed and times have changed, so, I suppose things will change as well. I think I did, wasn't it the biography that of Pele? The Brazilian soccer player. Yeah. Yeah. If it's the same one, I might have. But if it's the one about a kind of, yeah, I think I might have. Good while ago. I do watch some, yeah. SIS, yeah, S something, yeah. Yeah. I know they did a lot of training, let's say, on agents, let's say, that would have, in conquered countries would have gone into hiding, that would be familiar with the territory, like, let's say, Poland and that. I do know a lot joined the RAF when Poland fell. A lot of the countries they would do, they would have done the training, let's say, on the guys that did the hit on, oh, what was his name? The Butcher of Prague. You remember that guy? But he was supposed to be next up after the guy with the moustache, we'll call him. But they kind of fumbled it a little bit. They tried to shoot him and the gun jammed. Then, let's say he was travelling in a kind of open top car and they were going around the bend and he told the driver to slow down. He acted the hero. Stood up with a gun. The other fellow had a satchel bomb. So he threw that and missed. But the explosion did hit the side of the car. He had slight minor injuries, from shrapnel. But what actually killed the Butcher of Prague was the shrapnel kind of went through the seat, and those times it was filled with horsehair as a kind of cushion, and little fragments of the horsehair went into his system, and he died from septicemia, blood poisoning. Yeah. There was the same problem I remember in the First World War. You know, the biological stuff on the battlefield that would cause some pretty decent poisoning, deadly. You know, this was a time before medicine was so advanced, but he did die. But they did do a horrible retribution. The two guys who did it found sanctuary in some cathedral. They eventually found them, and yeah, they did do a brave fight. But I think they unlived themselves before they were overrun. But in a revenge thing, you can check it out on History Online. In a revenge thing, they found where the two guys were from, the village they came from. So they went to the village and they executed every man, woman, and child, every animal, every cat, every chicken. They demolished all of the buildings. They bulldozed it away. They covered over it with topsoil. They sowed some grass on it. They took down all the signs and they removed it from the map. Now that was massive overkill. You know, you would think that getting the two guys that did it was enough, but no. They could really hold a grudge. But that was a horrible story. Yeah. No, this would have been the early 1940s, you know. This was during the Second World War. But as we were talking about the SIS, you know, they would have trained the two guys that went in to do the mission. They succeeded accidentally, you know. But still, he was a horrible, horrible person. Well, yeah, as I said, most advances, unfortunately, are made through military needs. But it seems, as a species, the only time we'll get up off our backside and make some decent advances for the benefit of mankind is, you know, when we're actually killing other people. You know, the internet we're now speaking on, that was born of the military. The microchip, silicon sealant, I could go on forever. And eventually they're hand-me-downs to private companies and then they'll make their money from that. But what I would like seeing in a world if they, instead of making weapons and trying to make better weapons, if they would kind of get together and, you know, do some decent stuff, you know, like some kind of decent, you know, energy system so we're not so reliant on, you know, fossil fuel and oil and stuff and, you know, work towards cures for diseases and stuff. It would be a beautiful thing to see. But all of the stuff that we have is just a hand-me-down from, you know, military applications. Yeah, yeah. And we're not subject to any kind of change, no matter how bad things are, unless we're on the precipice, you know, where it's at the stage where, you know, it could all end. Then we seem to wake up. But one could say it will eventually get to the stage where, you know, even if we wake up in the final hour, it might be too late. But this is our nature. There's not much we can do about that. We have been very, very resilient. But in the future, you know, there's obviously the trend of self-annihilation. There's, you know, a meteor could drop tomorrow, guys, and finish us all. There's so many things that can happen. But in the future, unless we spread out as a species across the system and across the galaxy, we're definitely not eternal. But if you think of that, and the inevitable stuff that would happen. So let's say if you get humans that colonize Mars. Oh, hi, Bumpy. Man, how have you been? I hope you've been well. Yeah, it's possible from, let's say, a supernova from a neighboring galaxy, and I suppose the most obvious threat would be nuclear war. The next would be meteor strike. There's natural disasters, I suppose, that could do it as well. Then there's the shifting of the poles. That's something else. But whether that would be a complete extinction is another story. The problem with spreading out, let's say, to other systems, eventually within a few centuries and, um, a few generations gone by, we would be less of a species and more of competing nations. So the earlier conversation we had, where you know, let's say in likes of let's say having states under different laws, where it starts to kind of sow division and you know a kind of thing like even take the EU for instance, even though it's all the one, you've got different countries with different needs and stuff, and it's very easy to fall out. So if it gets to the stage where we spread out across the galaxy or the planets, eventually we'll get to the stage where we will warn each other. Some massive stuff, something right from sci-fi. This again, unfortunately, is in our nature. Whether it's for some kind of political reason or, some kind of resource problem or something, that could be a problem. But, that's well in the future. That's even providing, we ever actually make it off this planet, we don't annihilate each other in the process, So, okay, we'll just quickly try a few of these and then we'll do our raid. I'm just looking for some junk. No. But behind every war, it's either for political power or a land and resources grab, or, well, ultimately it's power and money in the end. Even the guys that might be heading it out might have their beliefs and absolutely believe, but the power behind that moved forces into place would have a way different agenda. War is never good. War is always religious differences have always been used as an excuse. Always, you know. Maybe the first batch, let's say, take the Crusades for instance, which was a horrible time in history. One could say, in the beginning, you had Christianity and, the sacred sites and all of that stuff. And, there would have been bandits and stuff and a lot of stuff. And how the Templars started there and, eventually became a threat to Europe, to the kings and their power. They grew too powerful. They would have been made up of all nobles. But, the Friday the 13th kind of legend stems from the Templars. They got too powerful. They even elected their own king. It was a massive threat to the likes of the kings in France and that. So they all conspired together to get rid of them. The sacking of all the Templars, correct. So the date they picked was, I think, 10 something, but it was on Friday the 13th. So they did a coordinated attack on all of the Templars in all of the countries at the same time to wipe them all out, and they apparently succeeded. So ever since that, Friday the 13th has been considered an unlucky day, but all because of the Templars. But the kings seen them as a threat. Whether that was legitimate is another thing, but they were becoming very, very powerful. And I suppose, after they elected their own leader, yeah, there might have been problems there. Well, groups of them obviously survived, but I don't know if I would subscribe to the old, kind of Templar, kind of blood of Christ, kind of, all of that has been proved to be a hoax. But yeah, no doubt some survived. There's no way they're going to wipe them all, but they definitely disappeared and went into hiding. But the whole Mason thing. Now, there might be guys kind of mimicking it through the centuries. Some rich fat cats, thinking they're above everything. And to a certain extent, they would be what we would consider to be a kind of Masonic group, I suppose. Whether it goes to, controlling world events, that is highly unlikely. But they could, I suppose. You've seen what people would, even one person can do if they have enough money. You see how sheepish people can be, So yeah, important powerful people can do a lot of damage. Hmm. Yeah, I'm very, very familiar with that. You know, you'll get guys showing you triangles and stuff like that. And Italy would have been the place for that kind of thing. That would have been very, very popular. But my belief is that, they're just a bunch of guys and, with a load of hocus pocus, obviously trying to make their own life better. But then the conspiracy theories start coming up. But I don't think there's anything really kind of supernatural in that. And, would some of these organizations actually assassinate someone? Well, it is in the nature of men to kill other men to improve their life or to gain power. Yeah, very possible. But I don't think there's much mystery to it. I would consider them as just a well-organized gang, I don't think there's anything mysterious or supernatural or anything about it. Much like the mafia or, some terrorist group, you know. It is, yeah. But it's always been a way to gain power. Like, even if it started off because of, what one side or the other would would deem to be, you know, worthy of starting a war. But as I said, the driving force behind that would have encouraged that and would have financed it. Would have been people that would have seen a profit, whether it's in acquisitions of new lands or selling weapons or whatever, the classic arms dealer thing. But it's never acceptable. But again, in our nature. But remember, there was then, an invasion, let's say, into Europe from that side of the world as well. Would have been going through Spain. You would have had the Moors and that, and I think they were around for a century or two. In Spain, that's about as far as they could push through Europe. Europe would have been too strong. And I suppose they used the last thing as a justification. But it was a time when they all lived together in peace. So, history can be pretty shady. It's hard to know how it all kicked off. But, when in doubt, follow the money. Hmm. Yeah, it would have been Spain, but I think they were pretty much stopped in Spain. Europe would have been a hard place to conquer. But Spain was right on the borders. It was always going to be on Morocco, isn't it? It was always going to be a hard place to protect. You've got a point there, Randy. My dad used to say that a lot. If you don't want people to try and take advantage of you and to beat you up for no reason, don't let them know you. And there's another way of saying that as well. Familiarity breeds contempt. I don't know. I suppose I'm a bit of a dreamer. I think in certain circumstances, if people would cop on, we could be tolerant of religion, sexuality, gender, and religion. You know. The problem with a situation like this, and you've seen it in sci-fi movies, when everyone will get together when there's an alien invasion, when they're all going to be wiped out. Only then, when, at the precipice of something, you realize how pointless. Hate is pointless. Who cares what religion someone is? Who cares who they choose to love? Who's right, who's wrong? It doesn't make a difference. It makes zero difference. But it is a great way for governments and organizations and stuff to keep everyone divided and divided people. They're pretty easy to control. You're only dealing with small groups at a time. God forbid that a whole country would look for their due, let's say. Mm. Mm. Yeah, but no, it's not in our nature to be nice, I think. As a species, individuals, it's a different story. As much as I think it doesn't make a difference, when you get large populations together with different religions and different cultures and whatever the case may be, and different practices, which one would seem, let's say, to be, well, could even be considered by from one culture to another to be quite horrid. Um, you'll get other little squibbling things that start off, and they'll use that as a kind of basis, to launch, um, more stuff, and eventually it really goes downhill from there. It's going to be hard to get people to live together in peace. But as I said before, I truly believe if you had a nation or a congregation of people, and you know, let's say they woke up in the morning and everyone from the world disappeared, and it was just their congregation of everyone that was perfect with each other, they would eventually find something else. Then it would be, well, you've got blue eyes, I've got brown, or we'd find something as a species to pick at, to justify the wrongs we do and to feel superior. I do know there is people in this world that are not happy or cannot feel happy unless everyone else is miserable. There's people who want to feel powerful, at the expense of the weak, that kind of stuff. That's going to be hard to beat. We need some kind of evolution, So yeah, it's the best we can do is to work on what we are, and we've done a lot in the last few centuries. We still have a long way to go, Now, let's say that kind of conquest is not tolerated, and it's condemned, So yeah, we've made improvements. We've made improvements. But at least, so far, as I said, we're going in the right direction. But remember, along the way, we'll have little slips and regress. But as long as we don't wipe each other out in the process, we have a chance. Now, again, I'm not saying if I'm right or wrong. It's just, my personal opinion. No, just making conversation and chatting with friends. I don't expect everyone to agree with that, and that's perfectly fine. We all have different opinions on things. We tend to change them every so often through experience, and as we get older and that. But I think everyone would agree, no matter what your opinion is, there's no future in wiping each other out. That will not end well. But at the same time, there is an argument for you have to stay strong, so you're not an easy target. So it's a delicate balance, between a stick and a carrot, isn't it? Oh, it is. It's the only thing that makes it bearable sometimes. But I don't think this is something we will be dealing with. But yeah, future generations. Eventually that time will come. When we've got to make that big decision. Yeah, yeah, but those seconds would be pretty long seconds. Yeah, that's a little gimmick thing they came up with. But you're always gonna get autocrats and dictators and that think that their destiny is to subjugate everyone. I don't know how many people I've heard saying that, 90% of the population should be, basically serfs to save the people to serve the people higher up on the scale. I won't mention their names, but some are actually quite famous. It ranges from so-called philosophers to actors, to lots. It's strange, isn't it? I wonder if the 10% that they're referring to, that should be in charge of every aspect of our life, should be the 10% with the most money and power. Probably. But there you go. That's always been our system. We went from aristocracy to let's say being controlled by aristocracy to corporations. Follow the money. Yeah, I think I better leave it here. In a sense, and it kind of makes sense in a way. But, how much power you give that person. And I don't think there's any set of checks and balances, that you can put into a system that in a perfect storm would kind of protect you from that kind of thing. So if you put a system of checks and balances, so, one guy can't become an absolute dictator, there's 12 other people to go through. But one of those 12 other people are of the same mind as the dictator. And then that dictator gets in, and as we've seen through history, would wipe out all his opposition. Well, the only protection we have is to not let it happen. And to stay united as a people. And instead of, being left or right or center or, black or white or gay or straight or whatever the case may be, to be, citizens and, countrymen or, fellow human beings and, to work for the good of everyone. That's the way to go. It's a pretty big dream, but it's, if enough people wanted it, it could happen. Imagine every country working together for the benefit of mankind and technological advances and food and, pollution and energy and all of that stuff. Yeah. I seen the old one and I seen a new one as well. We are absolutely ruled by some primal hardwired stuff, yeah. The original, yeah. I remember the original. I've heard those theories, all right. I will admit that over the past 50 years, a lot. I've seen some kind of cartoons on that one as well. It's hard to know, isn't it? Yeah, it is hard to know. I doubt I'd ever see it happen, but anything is possible. That one is a hard one, alright. But personally, I doubt it. But if you think about it anyway, guys, but... what is skin color? According to science, You know, we all came from Africa. We moved down, let's say, as the weather began to change down through Europe. It would have been dark and a lot less sunlight. We did have some kind of genetic mutations, let's say, that, brighten our pigments in our skin. We could take in, more vitamin C from the sunlight. And, survival of the fittest and all that stuff. And we mutated during time. We basically pretty much adapted to a climate. Was it vitamin D, C. Potatoes, bananas. So, out from that, we're still all the same. Of course, there were certain things like facial features and things like that, But that's just, how generations and, how they kind of mix together and that. And then, there's even some theories that would say that, maybe we actually did intermingle with Neanderthals. Possible, I suppose. They claim to have found some kind of DNA. So we are, even the ones we consider ourselves to be, we are a mix of a lot, But from what I know, now there's even some kind of out there theories that would say that, humankind, it wasn't just one and we moved from one area. We started in a few places, but that one is, I don't know, a little less likely. Yeah, a little less likely. But who knows? I think if you're going by science, that's their best guess. Well, as far as I know, there's been human population here on my island for a good few millennia. I think going back maybe 7,000 years or more. Atlantis, nice. That only became a thing from a story by, was it Homer? The Roman storyteller. But there's always been legends of that. I think it's all tied up with, in a lot of religions and in history, the Great Flood. So that would have probably been around the time of, the melting ice caps and that. So yeah, a lot of places would have been flooded. That's one thing across through history. You'll get that kind of Great Flood theory, wouldn't you? So yeah, I would imagine a lot of civilizations would have been wiped out. Quite possible. But whether they were going around in spaceships, I think not. But they might have been pretty advanced for their time. There's the Tepe thingy. You remember that one? That one was long before the pyramids. And it's kind of pushing them back to thinking that, maybe we were, let's say, communities a lot sooner than the kind of, worked out. The stuff they did is impressive for its time, but, they're definitely not going around in spaceships. But, well, a lot sooner than they thought they, could do it. That's what they said. They haven't really proved it yet. Yeah. They found that, where was it? Iran, Iraq, or Turkey or something? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen the first one, and I've seen what they were doing on the second one. But they said it might be older. Turkey, yeah, one of those. Yeah. One of those. There's a lot of structures here and in the UK and that. You have the famous ones like Stonehenge and that. But there's some here that we can't even date, to be honest. Who knows? There was no recorded history. Yeah, who knows? But, humankind springing up all over the place randomly and not on one center seems to be kind of unlikely. It usually works with, you know, the usual, the mutations over time and, the spreading out, looking for new lands or whatever the case may be. Yeah, something like that here as well, I think. But I think the popular theory is they moved from Africa, they came down through what would be considered now, let's say, Holland, Denmark, Germany, that kind of places. That's their best guess, I think, on that. Lots of the bones, yeah. Well, they're more kind of fossilized, yeah. They would have been, let's say, fossilized, and they would cease to be bones anymore. But the outlay in that, they would be, they're all fossilized. I remember as a kid I came across a few fossils. Very, very interesting. Remember I was saying about that county, guys, Galway. But it's got some really strange formations, rock formations. It was obviously an ancient seabed at one time. And there would be these, we would call them the crags. Going for miles. This kind of flat stone everywhere. And if you look carefully enough, you'll see little prints, like animals and stuff on it. So all fossilized footprints. That was ages ago since I was there. The oldest, they say, is that Tepe monument, I think they found. But, there would have been lots of other stuff, obviously, lost forever. But they've always been trying to work out when we went from the kind of roving bands of humans, moving from encampment to encampment, hunting animals and, foraging and that kind of stuff, to when we kind of settled down into communities and domesticated animals and, got into farming and stuff like that. Yeah. But for that monument, now they've been kind of going with the monument would have been some kind of religious or thing, and these roving bands would meet together there every year and kind of chip in to do the work. I don't know. I think that's the way they're going with that. Who knows? And it was done over a long period of time. You would expect something like that to be done by a large community. But I suppose it's possible, But you will get a lot of documentaries as well where they love to push the alien thing in. Yeah, that's the second one. I all I can remember is the Tepe thing. Yeah. That's the second one, isn't it? Well, they suspect it's older than the first. But I think it's a little smaller, isn't it? Yeah. It's 15 miles or something from the original one. They found it pretty close. And they said it's possibility it might have been buried over, or I suppose through time and neglect it might have been covered over. Hard to know. Yeah, that's what they reckon. Some pretty interesting designs as well. But definitely a lot to think about. But I will leave it here, guys. I've been on 7 hours, but yeah, it seems to be a 7-hour stream. Is he really? Haven't seen him on for a long time. We'll definitely raid him if he's there. Sir Thomason is on. I haven't seen him in a year or more. And you too, Lobo. So that's what we'll do, guys. We'll go straight away, and if Sir Thomason is on, we'll give him a raid. Very nice guy. I think you'll like him. I think he runs a ranch and is into, saving wild horses and things like that. So, very commendable. Very, very commendable. Absolutely. So, we'll leave it here, guys. I will be on tomorrow. That's my schedule. And then off for 2 days. So, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, the same thing. And we'll keep it at that. See if my health improves a little bit. And you too, Das. Take care. So, goodbye, Das, Lobo, Raid. Suburban Werewolf. Have a great day, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks also, guys, for the follows and the raids. Appreciate it. And of course to Randy, to Terry, to Hufflepuff, and to Tigger also, if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. I hope you have a wonderful day, Randy. Absolutely. That's what I'm going to do in a moment. I always like to cuddle to go to sleep with me. I have a soft spot for doggos. What can I say? But Pomeranians are absolutely the cutest, guys. And you too, Tojan. Appreciate the company. Have a good one. So, who else have we here, guys? You know, my memory is brutal. I couldn't even answer the movie trivia thing. I was getting them wrong. If you asked me in a good day, I could tell you the dead Bart. There, sorry about that. Audio cut out for a minute. Let's see who else is here. Yeah, my memory is... You know, once I get tired. To be honest, my short-term memory has taken a hit. But if you asked me in a week's time, I could probably tell you. I suppose all of the wonder of getting old. Let's see. And of course, Bumpy Man, thanks for stopping in on that raid. And Paulie, have a good one. Oh, Blonde, sorry Blonde, I didn't see you there. We don't need no education, we don't need... Oh, what was it again? Yeah, I remember the song. Pink Floyd, wasn't it? Yeah. Sorry I missed your message, Blonde. I was so distracted, my apologies. Yeah, Pink Floyd. And of course Lobo. And thanks again for that ride. Your mum's here. Let's see who else is here. And that's it. I know there was another raid from my apologies. You've moved off the screen in my memory. It's just too bad. I remember that one. 70s, wasn't it? Yeah, I was around for that one. Reaper lurking. So, good night all. Good night, raid. And thanks for hanging out. So, yeah, guys. Hopefully I'll see you again tomorrow. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've been tired for quite some time. But you know me, when I start yapping, Randy, I'll find it hard to shut up. I can be a bit of a chatterbox sometimes. So yeah, we'll do a raid. Hopefully some of our friends will be streaming. But yeah, I would definitely want to raid Sir Thomason if he's on. Hopefully he is. We'll hop on over. Very nice guy. I think you'll like him. Yeah, he does some good things. You know, very commendable that he's, you know, doing work to save some wild horses, I think. I think I remember reading that from his profile. I've known him for quite some time. But he kind of streams, you know, maybe for a month or two, maybe every year or two. So I think he's pretty busy otherwise. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Randy. So, again, guys, have a good one. Hope to see you tomorrow. And let's do this raid. Now, I checked his channel, guys. He's actually not streaming. He's doing some kind of test run. He has it up as a test. So, as much as I would like to raid him, you know, he's not going to be responsive. He's just running some kind of test on his channel, and that's a pity. So we'll find somebody else, and hopefully he'll be streaming in the near future. Yeah, I've just checked it. You see it. He's running some kind of test. But it's nice that he put that in there, you know, in case somebody would raid. But we'll find somebody else. We'll keep an eye out for him in the future. And hopefully he'll be streaming again soon and we'll get a chance to raid him. So, let's just see who else we can find. I just thought I'd come back and tell you that.